We're going to call to order the Effingham County Board of Commissioners meeting this August 18, 2020 at 5 o'clock. I want to ask everyone if they would please rise in just a moment. We have a special guest tonight who's going to give our invocation. My beautiful wife of 42 years, as busy as she wants to see how I preside, so I'm going to ask her if she would come and ask the Lord's grace upon us tonight as we conduct the business of the county. This is Pam Corbett.
Let's pray. Father, thank you so much for all the blessings that you've given us. We are a nation that is totally blessed. You've given us so many opportunities and so many freedoms. We stand humbly before you. Thank you, Father, for the freedoms that we have, for the opportunities that we have. Thank you that we can come openly to a civil meeting and pray to you. Thank you for these representatives that are here to serve you. I pray that you will give them wisdom and discernment and love. And Father, I pray that everything that's spoken tonight will be spoken in kindness and seeking peace and unity. Thank you for everything that you've given us. In Jesus' name, amen.
Would you remain standing for the pledge of allegiance to the flag?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, baby. I know I'll pay for that when we get home. Tonight we have an agenda for us for approval. I understand there's one correction to item number 3 under the consent agenda, adding the words "and to approve a revised contract 20-21-006, parenthesis 2, with TCM General Contracting." Are there any other corrections or additions to the agenda?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we have one other correction.
Okay.
Under Planning Board, item number 5 and 6. That is an application by Verizon Wireless, Karen Acevedo, as agent for Mary Randolph to rezone .23 acres out of 119 acres located on Sherwood Road from AR1 to I1 for a cell tower, map number 221, parcel number 4 in the 3rd district. This item has been requested to be tabled by the applicant, and we will be tabling it to October 20th. So this is a correction to the agenda, and if you would, Mr. Chairman, announce it at the start of our planning board items.
Okay. Do that. All right, we have our agenda before us with the correction that I read for item number 3 under the consent agenda, and then the tabling of item 5 and 6 on this agenda as a part of your motion. If I have a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda as presented with consent changes.
Do I have a second? Second. Motion by Mr. Deloach to approve it, and second by Mr. Loper. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed no. And we have our agenda set for us tonight. Next item on our agenda is the minutes. Consideration to approve the minutes of August 4th, 2020. Commissioners meeting minutes. Are there any corrections or additions as noted by the commission tonight? Hearing none, do I have a motion to approve the minutes?
Make a motion to approve the minutes as presented.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Deloach, second by Mr. Floyd to approve the minutes as presented. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. And the minutes are approved. I want to welcome the public here tonight. If you're here for a public hearing, we will stop at 6 when the public hearings are due. And we'll have that public hearing, and then we'll have another, I think it's 7. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. So if you're here for those, we will pause the business if we're not through, so we don't hold you up in the public hearings. Also, to see we have our agenda. Hopefully you've seen that. It's in the website, posted on our website, also in our clerk's office. If you get a chance to review that and you're ready to make comments at appropriate times, ask you if you keep your comments to 2 or 3 minutes. That really helps everybody make a comment about an agenda item they would like to make. And with that, I believe we'll go into our first, that's going to be at 7 o'clock, so we'll go into our consent agenda. We have 3 items on our consent agenda. I'll read those items and I'll seek a motion from the board. Consideration to...
Okay, hold on, sorry about that. Thank you. Okay.
We apologize, we're trying to do this teleconference for those who don't want to be in an environment such as ours tonight. Item number 1 in the consent agenda is consideration to approve to renew the memorandum of understanding between Effingham County Board of Commissioners and the Board of Education for ambulatory service during various Board of Education events. Item number 2 under consent agenda is consideration to approve to accept a grant award from the Georgia Department of Agriculture, GDA, Dog and Cat Sterilization Grant Program. And item number 3 is consideration to approve, excuse me, to rescind a contract, a TCM general contracting for flooring services for the central gym located on Wallace Drive, and to remove a revised and approve, a revised contract of 20-21-006, parenthesis 2 with TCM general contract. We have a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Kiefer, second by Mr. Deloach to approve the consent agenda. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The items on our consent agenda are unanimously approved. Under old business, we have a couple of public hearings we need to take care of before we get to new business. The first public hearing is the planning board recommends approving an application by Terramore Development to rezone .078 acres out of 1.41 acres located at the corner of Midland Road and Highway 17 South from AR2 to B3 to combine with an existing parcel for a retail development map number 297A, parcel number 3 in the first district.
I'm not sure if you wanted me to speak now. I'm Phil McCorkle. I represent Terramore Development. And I'm,
Right, yes, sir.
yes, sir.
Staff may want to give a report to start with. Staff brings us up to speed. You want to skip
Sure.
staff wants to bring us up to speed for the board, and then we'll open the public hearing.
There was a tabled item, and, Mr. Chairman, it's the .78 acres of the 1.41. What they're doing is combining that with the existing B3 property to have additional area for their development for the general commercial building.
Okay, with that, we'll open the public hearing, and now the applicant, if you'd like to speak to this item.
Yes, again, my name is Philip McCorkle. I'm here with Terramore Development Company. Buckley Davis from Terramore is here, and the civil engineer is here also if anybody has any questions. This is for a dollar store in Panora, which is a historically underserved community for retail. We've received no opposition at any point in this process that I'm aware of. It's on the southwest corner of Midland Road in Georgia 17, across Midland Road from where the Huddle House Marathon Oil is. And 2/3, an acre and a half is already zoned B3, not quite big enough. We've got to have a retention pond and more parking. So we have the property behind it under contract. We just need to rezone about 3/4 of an acre of that to combine with the property already zoned B3. The other half of the 1.4 acres, we're going to give that to Mr. Wade, who's an adjacent neighbor, lives in the vicinity adjacent, so we have no need for that. We don't need a zone, we don't need to develop it, so we're going to give it to Mr. Wade, and I'm sure he's glad to have that. So again, I think it's good for Panora, and nobody's really opposed it I know of, and I'll be glad to answer any questions.
No, I think everyone tonight was here wondering where the next Dollar General was going to be.
Right.
That was a big concern for the night.
Right.
Anyone else speaking for this zoning tonight? Anyone tonight that would like to object or speak in opposition to this rezoning? Seeing and hearing no one, I'll close the public hearing and see if there's any comments from anyone on the board, any discussion. If there's no discussion, I entertain a motion for alternative 1, which is to approve. Alternative 2 is to deny.
Make a motion to approve the planning board and staff recommendation.
Second.
Alternative 1. Motion by Mr. Floyd, second by who? Mr. Lupert. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. And it carries. We move to the second reading, consideration to approve the second reading of an application by Terramore Development to rezone .78 acres out of 1.41 acres located at the corner of Midland Road and Highway 17 South from AR2 to B3 to combine with an existing parcel for a retail development map, 297A, parcel 3 in the first district. Have a motion to approve the second reading.
Make a motion to approve second.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Floyd, second by Mr. Kiefer to approve the second reading. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. And it carries. Thank you, sir. Item number 3 under old business is public hearing. The planning board recommends approving an application by Deborah Otkin, if I pronounced that correctly, to rezone 27.68 acres out of 141.73 acres from AR1 to I1 and 20.5 acres from AR4 to I1 located at 504 Godley Road, map number 399, parcel number 3A SA in the first district.
Okay, Charlie George, County Engineering. If you recall, this was an item that came up in the July 21st Board of Commissioners meeting, and it was agreed to table that so that it can be some discussions relating to some of the public's concerns about entrance and exits off of the surface mine that's being proposed there. So the staff has come up with some conditions that we've discussed with the applicant, and they've agreed to those, and I want to just read those for the record. The entrance drive/roads into the surface mine property is to be paved from the edge of existing paved road to the county right-of-way line or to the radius point, which is ever the farthest. The pavement is to be at a minimum of 8-inch thick graded aggregate base course with 3-inch thick asphalt surface course, which is a heavy-duty pavement for the type of vehicles that are going on there. The pavement section is to be a minimum of 24 feet wide at the county right-of-way with 30-degree tapers on each side, 30-degree radius. A driveway culvert is to be installed if the right-of-way contains a roadside ditch or drainage swale that will allow for continued drainage control along the right-of-way. A sign is to be installed facing the county road containing the following: the name of the surface mine company, the company phone number, and the permit number, so if anybody sees issues, they have a way of contacting the individual. There's going to be a truck entering road sign to also be installed to warn the pedestrian traffic that there are trucks entering and exiting the road. A stop sign is to be placed in the right-of-way for trucks entering the county road from the surface mine property. The surface mine operators to maintain and keep clean the paved section within the county right-of-way and immediate area of the county road at the entrance. And access into the surface mine is to be secured with a locked gate prohibiting entrance during non-business hours. And that's the recommendations that the staff has come up with, and to our knowledge, the applicant is okay with those.
Is the applicant here tonight?
Yes.
I'd be like him to affirm that he's good with these conditions. Welcome. Can you state your name for the record?
Yes, sir. I'm Stoy Marlowe. I'm here on behalf of Ms. Deborah Hodgen.
You heard the conditions that were just expressed. Are those acceptable to the application?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Very good. Any other comments you want to make? Or
Yes, sir. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
anyone else speaking for this rezoning tonight? Anyone tonight speaking in opposition to this rezoning? Hearing and seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing on this item and see if the board has any questions or discussions.
I appreciate the staff putting this together. I've talked to Mr. Marlowe numerous times. And I think it's something we can incorporate into our ordinance when it comes to these surface mines, or each one that we need to look at this, because it's, as we get more and more of these, it's the same issue with dirt and sure got on the roads. So, but I appreciate the work on that.
And does our clerk have a copy of those additional conditions he read off tonight? Do you have a copy you can give to our clerk to make it part of our record? Is the board good? Do we need to reread those, or is everyone good with the first reading?
Not just again.
Any other questions or discussion? You would need a motion to approve the planning board and staff recommendations to include the additional conditions as provided tonight in this meeting and is being given to our clerk.
It's an additional 7.
Additional 7 conditions.
So moved.
All right, motion by Mr. Floyd. Was that second by Mr. Loper?
Yes.
Okay. To approve alternative 1, planning board and staff and planning board recommendations with the 7 additional conditions provided tonight from our staff. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. And it carries. So those additional conditions will be needed our second reading, I believe, to the next meeting. Is that correct? All right, so we'll postpone the second reading to the next meeting because if we add conditions, we can't approve it all in one night. So we'll move to our new business. Item number 1 under new business, consideration to approve an agreement for fire service agreement between Effingham County and the City of Lincoln. Fire Chief, want to take that?
Yes, sir. Clint Hodges, Fire Chief. Currently, the City of Lincoln has a fire service coverage area that encompasses a portion of the unincorporated area around the city. The current agreement is set to expire, scheduled to end in September of this year. The proposed agreement will continue forward with the city providing coverage for certain areas until June the 30th of 2023. The agreement has 2 phases, the first in which the city will serve the existing district, the exact same district, until March the 31st of 2021, at which time a fire station will be coming online in the Hodgeville area to serve that rapidly developing area. Beginning April 1st of 2021 and continuing through the agreement termination date, the district boundaries will change to reflect this area, but the city will still provide coverage within the Ebenezer, Goshen, and Blandford stations. The funding for this, for the duration of the agreement, is $625,000 a year, which is the total that was spent for that area for fiscal year 2020. So it's just a continuation of that same cost. Previously, everything was amended based on response total, so we didn't exactly know what the funding was going to be from year to year. This actually defines that, so it helps with the budgeting process. The automatic aid will still be provided by the county to the entire Rankin Fire District, and Rankin will provide auto aid to a portion of the county fire district, specifically around the city fire district.
Thank you very much for working on this agreement. I know we've been working on it a long time. Just for our constituents, this is really a cooperative effort between the city and the county. When we realized that with our improvements under our chief, we now have an ISO of 3, I believe.
Yes, sir.
And so we have a really good ISO, and there wasn't any reason why we could not provide that service within our own constituency in the unincorporated area. But in support of Rankin, we want to give them an opportunity to transition back into their own city limits. And so I appreciate you working with them, and it's like a great agreement, and will give us a continued high service at a reasonable cost. Any questions for Mr. Clint from the board? We have a motion for alternative 1 to approve the fire agreement.
To approve alternative 1.
Motion by Mr. Lloyd, second by Mr. Floyd to approve the alternative 1. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. And we have a fire agreement. Thank you, sir. Item number 2, consideration to approve payment to the Ogeechee Judicial Circuit for Mental Health Drug Court.
Good evening, Allison Bruton, Purchasing Tech. The board has an intergovernmental agreement in place for drug and mental health court with the Ogeechee Judicial Circuit, which stipulates the percentage to be paid by each county for the cash match for the state funds that are awarded. The cash match total for Effingham for drug court comes to $6,142, which is currently a budgeted item. The cash match total for mental health court is $3,954, which is not budgeted at this time. A budget amendment would be necessary to create the appropriate GL code and the funding for that item. And staff recommends alternative 1.
Okay, any questions for Allison from the board, any discussion? Do I have a motion for alternative one?
Make a motion to approve alternative one.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Floyd, second by Mr. Deloach for alternative one. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. And
Thank you.
Thank you, Allison. Item number 3, consideration to approve task order number 1 of the design build SCADA system, project number C2I, Control Instruments Incorporated.
Kristen Oxiger, EOM Operations, Charlie Hano, EOM Operations. Tonight we are asking for approval for task order 1 for the design build contract with C2I Control Instruments for the SCADA system upgrades at the wastewater treatment plant. The current budget is roughly $150,000 for this project. Earlier this year, we did an RFQ. The top 3 firms were interviewed and proposals were requested for strictly the computer workstations, battery backup, printer, handheld HMI units, and the software only. C2I was awarded the contract in the amount of $33,361 just for those items. We split the project up into phases in an effort to control the cost for the project. What we would like to do is reuse as much as possible of the components. That is what this task order 1 is, to go in, evaluate the current components, determine what can be reused, what will have to be replaced, and then determine what will need to be replaced in the near future. This is an effort to keep the costs down, especially with current budget cuts. Task 1 will have to be performed. It's at a time and material basis not to exceed $11,700 based on their time and material rates that were provided in the contract by C2I. Phase 1 and Phase 2, which will include the replacement of those components deemed unrepairable, is required before the computer and software package can be installed at the wastewater treatment plant. Do you have any questions?
Still, the total projected cost at the end of all the upgrade on the SCADA will be about $150,000.
That's what's budgeted. We are trying to keep it way under that by reusing all the components as possible.
I like EOM. Thank you. That's good. SCADA is so important to our system.
Yes.
Absolutely. Any questions or discussions for Kristen? All right. Anyone?
I didn't have to say anything.
All right, do you have a motion to approve alternative 1?
Make a motion to approve alternative one.
Motion by Mr. Loper, and a second.
Second.
Second by Mr. Burdette. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. And it carries. Thank you so much for picking that up and saving us some money. We need it. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Item number 4, consideration to approve a change order with Reeves Construction for the Bunyan Kessler Courthouse Road and Election Office Parking Lot Addition Project. Just so you know, I was thanking Rotary for working on the parking lot during the election.
Oh, yeah, was it noisy?
Huh?
Was it noisy?
I think they was, you said, working on it, that's, they were trying to vote, they had parking lot machines out or something.
Charlie George County Engineering, in the base contract for this project, we looked at trying to reuse the existing stone base that was in that unpaved area, hoping we could reuse it as part of the base and save some money. It turns out it was somewhat contaminated with other materials and just wasn't suitable to be used for a new pavement system. So we had originally had it just being stored on site for possible reuse, but now because it wasn't able to be reused, we had the contract give us a price to have it hauled off and disposed of, and that cost was $3,402. County engineer recommends approval of that just because it makes the project much better.
Okay, any questions or discussion?
Is this for the elections?
Yes.
Off the parking
Yes.
lot?
Yeah.
That's why I was delayed through the election period when, because of that.
Looks good though, doesn't it?
It does, it's good. All right, do you have a motion for alternative 1?
Make a motion to approve alternative one.
Motion by Mr. Burdette, second by Mr. Kiefer. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. And it carries. Charlie. Item number 5 under new business, consideration to approve to renew a contract with Spatial Engineering Incorporated for geographical information services.
Unless you want to do it. Okay, so in November 2019, the board approved a contract with Spatial Engineering for GIS services. This was really to get us caught up in the backlog that was associated with some of our layers on the GIS system. We did not use all of the contract amount, and we had it approved as carrying over to the 2021 budget, but the contract expired at the end of the year, and so we're just requesting to re-up the contract for this year with the existing budgeted amount.
So we're not really increasing what we plan to spend toward this project. It's just extending it so we can finish the project.
That's
with
correct.
Current budgeted funding. Any other questions or discussions for?
Yes, Mr. Chair, go ahead.
How far are we along with the process?
Well, not as far along as I'd like. And I think part of the problem, we were a little bit optimistic on what we could complete with staff in hand, staff that we had. So we recently had meetings with both our biggest users essentially in-house, which is ELN, the assessor and development services on this, on how we can improve this and move this along. I'm pretty confident right now that we can get this done in a timely fashion at this point. I will say we have scanned an enormous amount of documents and plans for our existing subdivisions that weren't in the system. We've been using the excess labor that was idle because of COVID-19, like in rec, to actually handle that in-house. So with a lot of that taken care of, I think we should be able to get Spatial what they need to move this project along now.
So is the delay more on our side?
Yes, absolutely, it's on our side.
Mr. Chairman, I was just going to say, board members, correct me if y'all disagree. We've been talking about this since February, and I thought this project was going to be a little bit happening faster, but I'm glad to hear we're getting back on track. But this is extremely important project to us. I think this is funds well spent because this has to happen before we can look at our master water sewer data model. And I think that for future growth, that's going to be extremely important for us to have that data.
Yeah, absolutely. Good point. Good point.
Is there a new projected date in mind?
I think we'll have a Spatials here, and we're going to have a sit down with them. We're actually going to change one of the things that we were going to. This is a task order done on an hourly basis, where we go over our procedures on how we handle how items get updated in GIS. That's the first thing that they're going to do. They're going to act on that immediately. I've already discussed it with them. And then we've got a lot of the subdivisions maps already scanned in there. And so I've made it clear to IT that we need to move those over to Spatial to get them essentially digitized into the system immediately. So I imagine we'll probably burn through this amount fairly quickly, and then we will, if there's additional work left over, I will come back to you and let you know that we may want to add additional funding for this. But this portion, I think we'll be able to move quickly within the next 2 months, 3 months at the most.
Going forward, when as-bills are submitted, can they be submitted in a different format that may speed it along?
You mean on anything that's submitted now?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, now I think we're going to look at, the process of how we submit these digitally to speed up the splits for us. But if you recall, we did approve an additional tech position for GIS. That is, because of COVID, it's filled for half a year. And that particular position is going to concentrate almost entirely on dealing with the splits associated with the assessor's office. So we'll be able to keep that part up to date moving forward with Andy concentrating on continuing to burn through this backlog, because there's an enormous amount of, we may have our main lines of our water and sewer and reuse system fairly up to date, but the subdivision components of our water and sewer system are the ones that, you know, we've got to go through effectively one subdivision at a time and get them in. So it'll happen, but we're starting with the largest subdivisions like Belmont Glen, Park West, and a few of those. So, but we'll get through as many as we can under this budgeted amount, and then we'll take a look at it from there.
Any other questions or discussions from members of the board? Alternative one is to approve the review of the contract with spatial engineering. You have a motion for alternative one?
Make a motion to approve alternative 1.
Second. Motion by Mr. Deloach, second by Mr. Loper to approve alternative one. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. It carries. Item number 6 under new business, consideration to approve to accept a CARES Act Coronavirus Relief Fund award from the United States Treasury Department.
Good evening, Christy Carpenter, Finance Director. Staff is requesting approval to accept a CARES Act Coronavirus Relief Fund award. This is Phase 1. The total award for Effingham is $2.493 million, and it is reimbursable. So we're asking to accept the first 30% that we've been given, which was $747,917.57, and also approve us to submit the reimbursement request for that, as well as the 70% that's left.
Any questions or discussions from anyone on the board?
Unmuted.
No, it was, I had to mute someone because it was on hold.
Well, this would definitely help with the additional costs and operations we've had during the coronavirus.
Yes, sir.
That's correct. We won't have to pass that expense on to ourselves and our constituents. Any other discussion? We have a motion for alternative one, which is to accept 30%.
Make a motion to approval number 1.
Second.
A motion by Mr. Loper, second by Mr. Deloach to approve alternative one. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. And it carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kristen. And with that, we'll move into some administrative reports for the time we have remaining for our planning board hearings. The administrative reports.
Yeah, I just have one quick report on behalf of our recreation director. And that's, he wanted us to know a couple of things. One of them, how we stand on our fall sports. We are at 88% of our participation level compared to last year. Last year was a record year for us, and so this would be the second highest participation numbers that we've had so far to date in the county, with about 715 participants, with soccer and cheerleading leading the way. We also wanted to thank our folks at the Coca-Cola Company, who despite the COVID cuts that they had to make, are still participating in the gym and will be providing the scoreboards for us. So they are a good partner for us in the construction of the original recreation center, and they're participating in its expansion. That's my report.
Okay. Report from my clerk.
Just a couple things, Mr. Chairman. You have a copy in front of you of the census response map by county. Based on that map, Effingham County is above 70%, which is good, but we want to do better. I believe during the 2010 census, we reached 90%. So I'm happy that we have such a large cut crowd here tonight, if you have not completed your census, please do so. It is very important in regards to funding for your county.
It controls a lot of the state, and federal, local fundings that we get. And used to them go door to door, but with coronavirus, they are not. So you will need to go online, please, register your household. If you participate in a civic group, a church group, if you could spread the word, and that's vitally important to our community. You have a good active account, you can help your friends and family, the finances of our county by making sure that is filled out.
A couple other things, you also have with you 2 ordinance amendments being proposed by the Development Services Office. If you could review those, giving input to Mr. George that you may have. I believe we're seeking to have this on the next upcoming agenda for the first reading approval. So there are 2 ordinances there. And lastly, you will have with you your monthly report for the month of July provided by EOM. That's everything.
You said we do have a monthly report, so what's in our file?
It's in your
That box, okay. Very good. All right. Any of the other staff have anything they would like to report, comments, notes? And I'll see what we have from our commission. Mr. George?
I'll just echo what our county manager said. Clarence was concerned that Coca-Cola, due to budget cuts, may not be able to come through on school boards, but Coca-Cola's continue to be good to Effingham County, and we're appreciative of all their support. That's all.
Yes. Jimmy Seconds called me a couple of days ago. He lives on,
Put the mic a little closer so you can hear the phone. Thank you, sir.
about that.
That's good.
Jimmy Seconds lives on Benjamin Road. Some cable company, probably a fiber optic cable, they want to rent 2 acres in front of his house. Well, he's got a patch in front of his house. And they want to rent 2 acres for 2 years. They'll put a fence around it, and they'll work out of there. They'll keep their equipment in there for 2 years while they're laying this cable. And I told him I'd run by commissioners tonight. So anybody, what does he need to do to tell him it's okay to do it?
Let me discuss and get a little bit more details with you afterwards. This sounds, the fiber company is looking for a...
They can do some work for a couple of years and then your place that stays there.
He got a big patch right in front of his house.
Yeah.
He wants to go on the right-hand corner of his lot in front of his house, and they want to rent 2 acres from him for 2 years. He stays there. They'll put a fence around it, keep everybody out, but they'll work out of that 2 acres while they're putting the cable down.
I'm sure there's something we can do on a temporary basis. So let me just do some research, and then I'll get the contact information, and we'll reach out to him to make sure that he's in compliance, which I think is what his concern is.
We've had people use county property for this, and they build
That's right.
and all this kind of stuff. So.
Personally, I don't participate.
The local utilities, I'm sure they're.
That's right.
I don't participate.
I'm sure they are. I can find
The
out.
application, they need, probably just need to clarify.
I'll talk to Tim later on. I'll give you all the information where it's at.
Very good. Anything else, Mr. Lipper?
That's all I have.
Mr. Kiefer?
Just an update on Bunyan Kessler. Just an update on Bunyan Kessler.
Yeah, I keep getting asked about that too.
Okay, Charlie George, County Engineering. It's on the schedule for the next part. They were getting the elections because they wanted to get done with that before the elections. But the contractor has a pretty long construction duration schedule, but Bunyan Kessler is the next thing. So it's been, the scope of the work's been marked out for them. They're aware of what they got to do, so it's just a matter of getting them out there. But it's
We may not be able to go back to all my cafe, but they start construction there. Are they going to start in the next 30, 60 days? You know?
It should be in the next 60 days, yes.
I apologize for Charles taking so long on this.
Scott President, is anything prohibiting us from, when we have an issue like tonight where a lot of people are speaking, anything prohibit us from moving that to the front or either creating an agenda that keeps that on the forefront of things. Maybe a suggestion, since we have a lot of people, instead of keeping a lot of people here for an extended period of time, the next time we should consider, if we can, putting that at the forefront of the agenda, getting a lot of that done first, letting a lot of people go back to their homes.
Well, Mr. Burdette, we have to put it in that order according to the district, but you as commissioners, you do have the right to move it up on the agenda, so you can do that.
The only caution I would give is the other items may take 20 minutes altogether, and the large item could take an hour. That may be the reason why it's put at the end, so that those who have, like the two we had tonight, two hearings we had tonight earlier were about 5 minutes. You hit them the way at the very end. So,
We have to know which item we solve.
we don't always know that, so it's pretty, so it's kind of tough. So it's kind of tough to do.
Just think about us in the fifth district.
Well, the next district is always last, so there's some serious.
But we do change them up.
We do it
Now,
time.
train something. We change them up.
Yeah, you could move it tonight, but I'm just saying you'll have people who are here.
I wouldn't want to do that tonight, I just, but in the future, we don't want anybody to miss anything.
Absolutely. Hey, just a question before we move to Mr. Floyd's, is a possibility if you have a lot of hearings that you could schedule some for 6 and some for 6:30?
Well, your ordinance says they're heard at 6, so.
Okay, so the time is not flexible because it's in the ordinance. We'll change the ordinance. That may be what we do, change the ordinance to reflect the ability to set a couple of times. If we see a long hearing agenda, even if any of them are not real long, it might be nice to say, but the first 10 are going to come at 6 and the next 10 at 6:30.
That'd be great.
That saves more.
It's strictly to benefit the public, because we're gonna have to hear, you know,
People, this is for the public, not to have to be here for 2 hours before they hear it's heard.
Most of these night ought to be well run through these pretty quick tonight.
Sometimes.
Do that one.
Okay, Mr. Floyd, anything? I don't know of anything else. We have a need for executive session? We need for executive session. We have about 15 minutes before we can begin our public hearing. We cannot, by law, begin this public hearing at 6 o'clock to be sure that everyone is here that wants to be here. So we will take a brief recess. If that's okay, for 15 minutes. And I want to encourage you, be careful. We're doing really good in our county, but let's practice the social distancing so we don't have any uptick in our curve. We keep our businesses going and our schools going. So tonight, be very careful. I brought my mask. I put it on when I get within 6 feet of folks so we can protect each other. When we go to our stores, when we go to restaurants, where into the restaurant, you got to take them off to eat, of course. But tonight, if you would practice that, if you have a mask, put it on when we take the recess as you're talking to someone and watch the social distancing. We will be back at 6 o'clock to begin our public hearings. So we are now in recess. Property owner, and there's 8 items tonight to be considered where a property owner is requesting a rezoning. We start with the premise that the property owner has rights. We want to protect those rights so they can enjoy their investment in their property. And you'll appreciate that one day when you want to do something with your property, and others may not want you to do that. So we start as that basis that you own the property, we want you to enjoy that property. Secondly, the only sure way to control what happens on a property is to own that property. But go to a third, which is very important tonight, that some of you will be responsive to, is that we have the right to restrict or deny a zoning when we see that this zoning may have adverse effects on our community or our constituents as to particularly health, safety, morality, welfare. These items affect the peace and character and value of our community. So when we look at this, these will be the things we want to hear, how it negatively, factually impacts our community. And those are the reasons we might restrict or deny a zoning if it impacts those items. But other than that, we start with that premise that we want to protect the property rights of an owner, give them the privilege to enjoy their properties, as long as it doesn't materially impact and affect the community, individuals and the public. So with that, tonight the board's going to hear us on all these items. We're going to hear to evaluate your concerns on each of these items. We're going to ask the applicant to make their request. We're going to hear from them and what they want to do. We're going to check and see if there's anybody tonight who approves of that in addition to the applicant. If there's anyone tonight who is opposed to that. And we're going to attempt to give everyone a chance and opportunity to be heard on any planning board item that you're here for. Some rules that are very important that you follow is, if you can't hear me tonight, just raise your hand and I'll try to lean into the mic because we don't have the best sound system here. Hopefully when we get to our new facility, we'll have that all worked out. But if you can't hear me, just raise your hand. I'll lean in and our commissioner will do as well. We're going to ask that rule number one, that you speak to the commissioners. We've seen in some past hearings that people forget that this is our chance to hear from you and your chance to share your factual information with us. So this is not the night where you talk with the applicant or you discuss among yourselves. This is your opportunity to be heard. So if you have a question and you want to know some information, you address that to us. We're taking notes. I've asked the clerk to take notes on these as she always does. And so if there are questions we need to follow up on with the applicant or with you and the factual information for those who are opposed or approve of it, we can ask you some questions when it comes our turn to follow up on that. But you must speak to us, and please don't address your questions to the applicant or each other, and applicants don't address your questions to the constituents. This is your time to share with us so we can hear your concern. It is a public hearing for us to hear your input. And then secondly, another rule, if you please refrain from any outbursts from anyone. Sometimes when you get an item that's important to everyone, and you hear something that kind of drives you crazy, you just want to blurt out and say something. And that doesn't help. It causes disorder, so I encourage you not to do that. I'll respectfully and lovingly give you a warning. We're not going to be strong-arming here, but if we have a lot of outbursts, you could be asked to exit the premises and go next door and listen to it on the phone, because we want to keep a very orderly meeting tonight. That would include additionally applauses. If people who approve certain zonings applaud a comment or people oppose applaud, it doesn't do anything but delay the meeting and furthers the meeting along. It doesn't help what we're doing here. We're here to hear information, hear your facts and your input, and we want to hear that tonight. And we'll take time to hear from each one of you. Third rule is I'd ask you to avoid repetition. Oftentimes we'll make sure we hear at least, if there's a large contingency about one item, we may hear the same repetitive item 6 or 7 times because we want to let it sink in and know what it's about. You may find as the chairman, I'm directed to lead this meeting, I may say, all right, we've had that about 6 times. All those who have that same concern, I may get you to raise your hand so we can get on the record how many people have that concern. So we try to help move things along a little bit. But you can help us by not being repetitive, but listening to what was spoken before. If you have another item of concern or approval, you can say, I want to agree with what this person just said, but I want to add this comment. And it'll be noted that you had the same 3 or 4 concerns, but you added a 5th concern. Will you help us with that? And then after you speak, I'll ask the commission, so stay at the podium and see if they have any questions for you. So the applicants, when you're there, don't sit down and I'll see if the board has any questions for you while you're there. And then same with if you somebody speaks for it, they may ask you some questions, they may not. If you have a comment, a proposition, they may have a question of clarity about some information or documents that you present tonight. And then after that, you can have a seat. And when all that's said and done, everybody's had a chance to share with us their thoughts, then we will close the public hearing and we'll hear from the board. And that'll be their opportunity to discuss. So remember, once we have the public hearing closed, this is your opportunity now. Then it'll be the board's opportunity to discuss and share. It's a public meeting, so you can hear what they're thinking, the information they've digested. Okay? And then after that, then we'll receive a motion to either approve, deny, or the board can make any motion they want to make. It doesn't have to be approved, deny. It can approve the table. It can add conditions. It can do all kinds of things. But the board will have that discussion. And that's how this will proceed tonight. So appreciate your help with this. We can have a very orderly meeting and move it right along and hear everyone and make the best decisions as we pray for the very beginning of this meeting. So with that, we're going to go to our public hearing number 1. I'll get my computer up right quick. This is the planning board recommends approving an application by Garland Caleb Vandiver to rezone 1 acre out of 44.91 acres located at 2995 Highway 17 South from AR1 to AR2. map number 324, parcel number 60A in the first district. Who's going to be the presenter of that, Diane?
Diane.
Okay.
Yes, so this request is to give his son an acre of his parcel to build a home, and planning board and staff recommends alternative 1 approval with the stipulations listed in the staff report.
Okay, the stipulations are here listed. Is the applicant here tonight would like to speak for this request?
He advised he would be here, but I don't know if he's...
It's not necessary, just want to give a chance. Okay, anyone here tonight speaking in opposition to rezoning the 1 acre from AR1 to AR2?
Mr. Fanning?
This is the applicant?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Someone else good? Thank you.
I don't know if you need to, I didn't see anybody raising their hand to speak in opposition. So asking anyone speaking in opposition tonight to this application from AR1 to AR2? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and see if the board has any questions or discussion. There's no discussion from the board. We have a motion to approve alternative 1.
Yes, I'd like to motion to approve alternative 1 with staff and planning board recommendations.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Floyd, second by Mr. Loper, to approve alternative 1. Planning board and staff recommendations. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. And it carries. We'll have the second reading now. Consideration to approve the second reading of an application by Laura and Caleb Vandiver to rezone 1 acre out of 44.91 acres located at 2995 Highway 17 South from AR1 to AR2, map number 324, parcel number 60A in the first district.
Make a motion to approve the second reading.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Floyd, second by Mr. Loper to approve the second reading. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. And the second reading is approved. So it's done.
Thank you.
Item number 3. The planning board recommends approving an application by Michael Windecamp to rezone 5 acres at 2301 US Highway 80 from AR1 to B3 for a commercial parking and storage business, map number 354, parcel number 22 in the first district. We'll open the public hearing. We'll begin with our zoning. Ms. Diane.
Yes, sir. In B3 ordinance, highway commercial district, and under permitted uses, all uses permitted or conditional in B1 and B2, except detached single-family buildings are a permitted use. So that would allow the commercial parking to be permitted in B3. And planning board and staff recommends alternative 1 approval with the staff stipulations in the staff report.
Okay, the board has the stipulations and conditions that have been put on it by the planning board and the staff. Is the applicant here?
Yes.
Would you like to speak to this?
Unless you guys have any questions.
Okay.
Now I got a question. What kind of commercial vehicles will be parked?
Just a commercial truck and sales.
Like big trucks?
Big trucks, regular vehicles, I mean.
So that's a permitted use in B3.
Parking, commercial
Trucking
parking.
company?
Sir?
Trucking company is permissible?
It's not a trucking company.
Trucking company, it's just parking.
Like log trailers, like agriculture trailers.
Also log trailers?
Yeah.
Just a little confused on it.
You said a truck. Explain what you do and why you don't store it.
Yeah, I mean, just a lot of the fifth wheel trailers I have and just some stuff with the tractor. Like everything I have on the property now is licensed, tagged, and insurance through Effingham County. So I just want to, I'm talking with the DOT, they're fixing to widen Highway 80 in 4 years. So that project's fixing to start. So I mean, the property, everything through there is changing through commercial and industrial. So that's the game plan.
So it's agricultural stuff?
What's that?
So it's more agricultural than trucking?
Correct, yeah. There won't be no trucking stuff there, per se. I mean, I think it's the big concern, just because my family's in trucking, and but this is that's over by the port and stuff.
Any questions for me? Yeah.
Good.
Sir, anyone tonight speaking in opposition to this rezoning? If you can, pull that mic as y'all come to it so that people can hear you in the back. Pull it down to you there.
Okay, I'm Kathy Sheffield. I live at 2300 US Highway 80, right across the street from Mr. Wedenkamp. I'm not really opposed to him doing what he wants to do with this property, but I want to be assured that when I look out my front door, I'm not going to see, because don't understand everything here. Can this rezoning then allow a business to be there for selling of these trucks and these trailers? Can it become a logistic staging area for his trailers and trucks to come and go? Because Highway 80 is not 4 lanes yet. We're looking at 4 to 5 years. They're still working on Deloach. And I can't get out of the driveway now. I just want assurance that I know whatever gets approved here down the road, it doesn't turn into a full sales lot over there. And everything that connects to this property is AR1. I have commercial property right across the street. My husband had a paint and body shop there. He's been gone for 12 years. We had a berm. We have trees. We planted huge boxwoods. No one ever could see that shop. We never put a sign up in respect for all of our neighbors. So I just want assurance that that's not what's going to happen down the road. Because I don't understand the approval here, what it will allow in the future. I understand it's for parking and what have you, but I'm talking about in the future. So.
I'll let the staff address that in a minute.
This particular rezoning, while he mentions what his intended use for it is, would permit him to use the property for anything under the B3 zoning in the future. And I can give you which is the highway commercial zoning. And I mean, I can give you an example of permitted uses. There is automotive sales and service, wholesale operations, lumber yards, indoor amusement parks, hospitals, screened outdoor storage, nursing homes, multifamily housing units with a maximum density of 12 per acre, bed and breakfast, and lodging facilities. Those are the ones that are permitted uses without conditions. But those are the type of businesses that can operate under a B3 zoning, which I think the county views as appropriate simply because it's a highway zoning on Highway 8.
But nothing out there right now next to this property. It's all homes, 1 to 4 family homes. There's 3 right across the street from him. And I've been there our family, almost 50 years. So only thing I'm asking for is consideration for myself also. I can't hardly even get out now in the mornings due to all the trucks that are there coming up and down that road. So if it becomes a business, we are going to have a problem there. And either that or we're going to have a stoplight. Because our driveways are almost parallel to one another. So what I'm understanding is with this rezoning, it can become a sales lot for these vehicles and containers and whatever else. The way Mr. Wedenkamp has it stored right now, it's never bothered me. Bothered another neighbor, that's fine. But now when I understand this zoning, I'm really not happy about that. And I'm a taxpayer in our community too, and I'm looking for protection also. Okay? Because I pay commercial taxes and residential taxes there. Since the death of my husband, I have not turned that property back into residential. However, now it's nothing but a storage building. And I just appreciate the consideration for this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Haven't we own some other properties that, my thought is on 80, I know what's happening in Bloomingdale, commercials, it's going to be a lot more commercial on Highway 80, it's a highway.
sorry.
Haven't
But Yancey is nearby. On the other side, there are some beakers, I think. I-1.
I guess my question is, haven't we required, if it were to be a business in the future, other than just a parking lot now for service trucks, haven't we required some XL, decel lanes for access to business property?
DOT, though, I think DOT
Yes,
decides.
Route 80. I mean, we can't, the DOT would have
Because
to.
that'd be a DOT requirement.
Plus, if he develops into anything other than that lot, he has to have it approved through all of the ordinance guidelines, the DOT for any access. You know, the
So,
ingress and
yeah,
egress.
that's what I'm thinking about. There would be some constraints on the business based on what DOT says on accessing the property, what type of business it is. I guess what I was thinking is, like you said, you can't just go out and start a business because it's on a Georgia highway. They're going to control how you come in and go out that property. Not just for my clarity, so I can remember. Anyone else tonight speaking against or in opposition to this rezoning?
We're having a hard time hearing back there. I'm trying not to repeat too much, but my name is Dennis Hales, and I live on George Road. And we're very concerned about truck traffic already on that road. And like the other afternoon when you go to leave, if a school bus stops, it's unbelievable how long it takes to get across that road, and it is a safety issue. A tractor trailer on a 2-lane highway, and it goes from 2-lane when you get to Highway 17 on that. And if they stop, I mean, everybody stops, and we're not ever going to get across the road. And Michael, he said a while ago, I heard a little bit what he said, but he's in the trucking business, and he has other property in that area. And another guy got up the other day that said he didn't care, but he owns the property, or the man does, and he's part of it. But so I'm concerned about the safety issue as well, and all those houses along there got beautiful property, and George Road's got nice houses and stuff on it, but trucking's bad, calls a pooler, but it's bad there now, and we don't need something else stopping and turning in when you've only got a 2-lane highway. And my wife also checked with, and Michael might could give us the name of somebody, but nobody with the state could tell us when that was even planned to be 4-lane highway. They said they wouldn't know until 5 years prior, I think is what they told her today. So, but that's all I have.
Before you go, is your concern, to clarify for myself, is the concern that if a business of a truck sales or a trucking business was operating there, that might be a safety issue? Or is it the concern that, how many trucks would you be parking there?
It's mainly trailers.
Can you come to the mic? So I'm going to get some clarity for myself here.
Yeah.
So probably how many vehicles would you be parking there? Trailers?
Maybe 10 at most.
10 minutes.
Yeah.
So is the concern the parking, or is it if it becomes a business and they'll be going in and out?
Yes, sir. And he's, in the future, in the past, has tried to do things, and he withdrew from them. But one time he was going to put containers in the field and haul, I think, logs, and Mike can correct me if I'm wrong, for that shipping mill that's back there. It's hid, and we do have noise from it, but we would hear beep, whatever, all night long, stuff like that. So he's in the trucking business, and I'm concerned that by buying the other property around there, that's going to end up being not just staying in that yard. It's going to take a tractor trailer to pull them in and pull them out. I mean, it's not just something where you're going to pull 10 and leave them. I don't know, but I don't know. It's just a safety concern. Anytime a truck stops, that bus the other day was unbelievable. How much traffic backed up at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, coming down Highway 80. And we have to go across 80 to get back out. So that's my biggest concern on it. And I do understand people having property and being able to do what they need to do with it, but these families are going to be affected big time.
Thank you, sir.
Anything? Is that it? I can sit down?
Oh, yeah. Appreciate your comments. Thank you, sir. So if this is a business of nature, does it not have to have DOT's approval for access and entry and all for the current parking issues?
To develop it, we would have to have the driveway approved by DOT.
It's just a park, it's a store.
Mr. Waycamp, let me ask you a quick question. You already had, you've been parking trailers and...
Yeah, I mean, I've already had
the this came to light if somebody complained, is that...
Yeah, so I mean, I've already got the DOT that put in the access on the far left side. I've already had that approved. And all this is coming down to I bought the 30 acres across the street, and I bought the 5 acres down, about 2 houses down, and 2 different people were trying to buy the property and change it, one for commercial, one for industrial. I've never withdrew anything from the commission personally, but of course the neighbors are fussing about it, like it's my fault. But I mean, people are under contract to buy the property. So that's what it boils down to. I can't help that my family's in trucking, and they're not in trucking, I'm sorry. But I mean...
Are you going to do anything other than what you've been doing?
No, not at all. No, like I said, everything's already currently got tag and registration on it. It's just, a lot of it's just farm equipment stuff, but, there's no containers going there, there's no trucking going there. It's not like that. I would assume that if something was to, come to that nature, of course a phone call would be coming, but it's not even like that at all. Well, like I said, we're going to drop it put in though.
Anyone else tonight speaking in opposition to this rezoning?
Mr. Chairman, before anyone else speaks, we probably have about 50 people in the overflow, and they're having trouble hearing. So as close as you can get into the mic, please do so. They're having a lot of trouble hearing over there.
Maybe speak a little slower. Some of them just mumble and you can't understand.
Take it off.
It's up to you. As long as we can hear you, we're fine.
I'm Sharon Hales, I'm his wife, and I've been doing some research. I did talk to the GDOT office, called this morning, because I've heard Michael repeatedly say they were fixing to 4-lane Highway 80, and so I said, let me just call and see. And he made several phone calls, and he said, usually if a project is 5 to 10 years out, you don't necessarily find it on the list, but he couldn't find any listing. It was a name, it's foreign. I don't have it written down in front of me. I'm just concerned. I've watched this property. He doesn't just have trucks there, there's trailers. There's an old fire truck parked in there. There's looks like a Noah's Ark boat. There's all kinds of various and sundry things there. And he says 10 trucks today, but if he has 20, will there be 20 trucks tomorrow? I don't know. And like Miss Sheffield was talking, I was trying to just go out and take pictures one day when we were way back when on something else on that 17 acres. I couldn't even get off the road and park to take a picture. The traffic is so bad in there. Okay? And then Miss Sheffield says she's had to replace her trash can 4 times. It's been torn up when it sits out on the road to do. So it's a lot of traffic. And the way you turn in, something that big is going to have to slow down, slow the traffic, and go in. It's a right turn. When I was in the other neighbor's yard, I couldn't get out. Their driveway wasn't like George Road. It's in a large ditch or whatever. And it took me several minutes in the middle of the afternoon to get out. There are commercial properties there. As Ms. Sheffield said, there was never a sign put up. You didn't know it was there. We already know Michael's there based on what's out there, so there's going to be more out there. I wouldn't want to look at it. Can't blame the neighbors for being concerned about it. And I'm worried about being able to get off my road. Worried about people with school buses, with children. We've had a lot of accidents out there, and I just don't think, I know it's coming. Cooler is coming our way. I don't have my head buried in the sand, but at this time with the 2-lane highway from Highway 17 to 280 and all that trucking, the road is a disaster. And there's no plan that I could find that was in the near future. And I feel like by granting this, we're opening it up. That's all I've got to say.
Yeah, I don't know that, and I think we would have heard if there was any plans for 4-lane in the next few years. I'm not entertaining the thought that's going to be 4-lane type soon. I am entertaining the thought that the Jimmy DeLoach Parkway is going to take, I hope, back 80% of those trucks down to 16. They'll really free up 80, make it a lot safer. And that should be, they're about to complete that in the next.
Who said that?
Jimmy DeLoach to 16. Are they getting toward the end of that?
I don't have an update on that.
Yeah,
The same gentleman I talked to said he thought spring of 2021. whether that comes to be or not with weather and all that kind of stuff.
I
but
think
he
it
did
is.
say
I mean,
that.
I've talked with some folks, but it's out of our jurisdiction, so we don't really keep up with it, but in looking at the regional plan, talking to folks, I believe they're getting really close to 2021, having that.
We're ready.
Which will take a lot of truck traffic.
We're ready.
Yeah, I know.
One other thing, if he has to have it, can it not be hidden? You know, a berm, put something up so you don't have to see it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Was that raising hands so I could speak louder? Okay, sorry about that. We were just saying the Jimmy DeLoach Parkway that they're working on now is going out to 80. And she was saying she heard in 2021, and I've heard similar comments from talking to the regional folks. And that will one day, praise God, eliminate a lot of truck traffic on 80 because they'll come out of the ports and they'll head on to 16 and not have Highway 80. So we're looking forward to that. That'd be great. Anyone else speaking in opposition to this tonight? Seeing no one, hearing no one, I will close this public hearing and see if there's any questions or discussion among the board.
I think I've addressed my concern with Mr. Whitcomb and what his plans are. He's already been posting parking vehicles there. We understand the traffic problems. Highway 80, we actually push traffic to Highway 80. We've been putting up signs to keep these trucks off of our county road because they're tearing up our county roads. I mean, that's what Highway 80, Highway 21, Highway 34. I think there's, 25,000 cars a day up and down 80. And there's more coming. There's just more development, like I said, Hoover. And, but to restrict this gentleman's right to his property, I can't. I haven't heard anything that compels him not to allow that. In the future, we don't know what the future is. He's telling us that's what it's for. If he comes before the developer comes to us in the future to develop, then he's going to have other hurdles to cross, like Diane said, with easement issues, and have to be approved through the DOT, that's a state highway. We don't even control our rate. So we have to be approved through those things. The growth is coming. I wish they would go on highway. I wish we could get our road built. Until that happens, we're going to have to deal with the traffic over there. There's the traffic there. That's my comment.
Any questions for the applicant or discussion? Anyone on the board, any further discussion? I'll entertain a motion to approve or deny.
I make a motion to approve the rezoning with planning board and staff recommendations.
I'm going to note that as alternative one.
Yes.
I'll second.
Mr. Floyd made the motion, second by Mr. DeLoach. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. And it is approved. Move to the second reading since there were no additional conditions placed on it. Consideration to approve the second reading of an application by Michael Effingham to rezone 5 acres located at 2301 US Highway 80 from AR1 to D3 for a commercial parking and storage business, map number 354, parcel number 22 in the first district.
Make a motion to approve the second reading.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Floyd, second by Mr. Loper to approve the second reading. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. And it is approved. Item number 5 and number 6, if you're here tonight, we announced at the very beginning, it has been tabled. This is the Verizon wireless tower. So if you're here for that, we'll not be heard tonight. We'll be heard October 20th. We'll move to item number 7. Item number 7 is a public hearing. The planning board recommends approving an application by Diane Exley to rezone 1.0 acres out of 5 acres located at 4121 Highway 119 North from AR1 to AR2. The remaining 4 acres will be split and combined with adjoining parcel, map number 406, parcel number 38 in the 3rd district.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Exley owns this 5-acre tract that's on the overhead. All of it is it. The yellow in the front is where she wants to have her 1 acre. And then the rear will be divided into 2 acres each and given to her children on the right and left of her home. The planning board and staff recommends alternative 1 approval with stipulations listed in the staff report.
Okay, and the board has the stipulation before them. We'll open a public hearing. Would the applicant like to make any comments?
I'm sorry?
Would the applicant like to make any comments?
That explains it really well. My husband, Winston Exley, and I reside in our home on 5 acres. We want to take the back 4 acres and give 2 to each of our 2 oldest children and leave 1 acre for our house. It's not, nothing's been changed or built, no driveways.
Sounds good. Very good. Thank you for that.
Okay.
Anyone speaking in opposition to this request to rezone tonight? Anyone speaking in opposition? Seeing and hearing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing and see if there's any comments or discussion from the board. I'll entertain a motion to approve or deny.
I'll make a motion to approve the request with staff and planning board recommendations.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Deloach, second by Mr. Kiefer. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. And it carries. Item number 8, consideration to approve the second reading of an application by Diane Exley to rezone 1.0 acres out of 5 acres located at 4121 Highway 119 North from AR1 to AR2. The remaining 4 acres will be split and combined with adjoining parcels. Map number 406, parcel number 38 in the 3rd district. Have a motion to approve the second reading.
Make a motion to approve the second reading.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Deloach, second by Mr. Loper to approve the second reading. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. And it carries. So, item number 9, public hearing. Planning board recommends approving an application by Catherine Roberts to rezone 3.38 acres out of 9.22 acres located at 105 Union Springs Road from AR1 to AR2, map number 4245, parcel number 66 in the 3rd district.
Mr. Chairman, this is property that has the road dividing it, so the property is on both sides. The left side is the 9.38 acres, and this is to be split and sold. Staff and planning board recommends alternative 1 approval with the stipulations listed.
Okay. Would the applicant like to make a comment? Hey, would you like to say anything? You don't have to, but you're welcome to.
My name is Catherine Roberts. I live at 1097 Berryville Road, and I also own the property beside it, which is 105 Union Springs Road. My daughter would like to build on the property with her family. We're just asking, there's already a mobile home there, and they want to build. And I said, yes, let them build.
Sounds good. We're in a public hearing. Is anyone speaking in opposition to this rezoning? Anyone speaking in opposition to this rezoning? See, no one to hear, no one. I'll close the public hearing. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Any discussion with the board? Do I have a motion?
Make a motion to approve with staff and planning board recommendations.
Second. Motion by Mr. Deloach, second by Mr. Burdette to approve staff and planning board recommendations. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. And it carries. And we'll move to our second reading, consideration to approve the second reading of an application by Catherine Roberts to rezone 3.38 acres out of 9.22 acres located at 105 Union Springs Road from AR1 to AR2, map number 4245, parcel number 66 in the 3rd district. Have a motion for the second reading?
Make a motion to approve the second reading.
Second. Motion by Mr. Deloach, second Mr. Burdette to approve the second reading. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. And it carries. Item number 11. Planning board recommends approving an application by Catherine Young Barnes to rezone 3.2 acres located on Whitaker Road from AR1 to AR2 to allow for a realignment of the property lines. This is map number 441, parcel number 44 and 45 in the 3rd district.
Mr. Chairman, I need to make a correction to that previous items. That's 42466. not 4245. I apologize for not seeing it sooner.
42466?
Yes, sir.
What's the parcel number?
424, and then parcel is 66.
Oh, no 5, I got you.
Right.
That was 424. All right. Point of order here. Do we need to go back and redo anything, or can we just correct that motion? Or do we need to go back and ask them to amend that motion?
If that's indeed correct, and that's what was advertised, we're okay.
Okay.
So it's 424.
424, parcel number 66.
So not 44 and 45, but 66. I'm sorry, Catherine Roberts.
Our staff report and all that document is correct. It's only the agenda where it's incorrect.
Yeah, and we're talking about item number 9 and 10,
No,
right?
this is 42.
9 and 10, not number 11.
Got it.
Two items just did. First and second reading should be 424, parcel number 66. And it was correct on our documents, it's just on the agenda. Okay, very good. So then we're at the public hearing item number 11, which is the one I just read, map number 441, parcel number 44 and 45 in the 3rd district. Ms. Diane, I'll turn to you.
Okay, this property is owned by brother and sister, and as you can see in the overhead, Ms. Barnes' property line is right on her house, so this will correct the setback requirements, but because it's AR1 and these are less than 5 acres, they need to be rezoned to correct to do the realignment. Staff recommends an alternative 1 approval.
So really just clean up on our six.
Yeah.
All right, do we have anyone speaking in opposition to this rezoning? Anyone speaking in opposition to this rezoning? Hearing none and seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and see if there's any comments or discussion from the board. Do we have a motion from the board?
I'll make a motion to approve the request with staff and planning board recommendations.
Motion by Mr. Deloach, and there was a second by Mr. Floyd.
Yeah.
To approve staff and planning board recommendations, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. It carries. Second reading, consideration to approve the second reading of an application by Catherine Young Barnes to rezone 3.2 acres located on Whitaker Road, AR1 to AR2, to allow for a realignment of property lines, map number 441. This is parcel number 44 and 45 in the 3rd district. Motion to approve the second reading.
I'll make a motion to approve the second reading.
Second. Motion by Mr. Deloach, second by Mr. Burdette to approve the second reading. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. And it carries. All right, item number 13. Planning Board recommends approving an application by Aaron Jordan to rezone 2 acres out of 22.5 acres located on McCall Road, AR1 to AR2, to create 2 home sites, map number 390, parcel number 12 in the 4th district.
Mr. Chairman, this one is also a requirement because he's reducing it to having 2 2-acre lots, 2 1-acre lots, which needs to be AR2. And it's for his children, and planning board and staff recommends alternative 1 approval.
Okay, very good. You don't need to speak. You can't.
There we go. Excellent. Thank you.
Is there anyone tonight speaking in opposition to this rezoning? But you might not want to leave yet. Anyone tonight speaking in opposition to this rezoning? Hearing no one speaking in opposition or seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing and see if there's any discussion among the board. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve planning board staff recommendation.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Lopez, second by Mr. Deloach to approve staff and planning board recommendations. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. And it carries. Second reading. Consideration to approve the second reading of an application by Aaron Jordan to rezone 2 acres out of 22.5 acres located on McCall Road, AR1 to AR2, to create 2 home sites, map number 390, parcel number 12 in the 4th district. Motion to approve second reading.
Make a motion to approve second reading. Second.
Motion by Mr. Lopez, second by Mr. Kiefer to approve the second reading. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. And it carries. Item number 15, as a public hearing, the planning board recommends denying an application by Kern and Company LLC as agents for Old Pines LLC to rezone 741 acres, 41.6 acres, total acres located on Old Augusta Road, AR1, R1 to I1, heavy industrial, map number 465, parcel number 6, and map number 477, parcel number 15 in the 5th district.
So there are two parcels. This one on the left, fronting on Chimney Road, is 267.41 acres. That's currently zoned R1 residential, and request is to rezone that to industrial. And then there's an additional 473 acres on the Old Augusta side there. And that's currently zoned AR1, and the request is to rezone that to I1. The parcels will become one warehouse industrial park, warehouse development. This development did trigger a development of regional impact review, so it took a little, it didn't take any long, but it took sort of a detour as we were reviewing. It had to go through a regional review. So we submitted materials provided by the developers to the regional commission, and they sent out information to adjacent jurisdictions, state agencies, the usual list of stakeholders, and some solicited comments. There really weren't comments to speak of. There was acknowledgments by some parties, but nobody had any substantive comments to make, other than the fact that it was generally positive. The regional commission itself, in their report findings, found in favor that it was in the best interest of the region and the state. All that information is included in your packets, and staff did review this and recommend approval with a list of stipulations that is included in your packet. The planning board, on listening to the opposition, did recommend denial. So that's where we are.
We will open a public hearing on this item. Maybe one minute, 1 second here. Tonight, I'm going to take notes as well, because I know a lot of you are here for this item, so make sure we hear what you're saying and we note it. And if that's the clerk and the commission, we taking notes, we can do everything documented, pros and cons. So we get up and running. Okay, so we're going to open this public hearing now, and we'll hear from the applicant first.
Yes, good evening. My name is Chad Zittrow with Kern & Company. I'm here representing Old Pines and Old Augusta Land Company. And I provided you a packet to kind of follow along with what I'm presenting as well. I think Mr. Reese has got it up on the screen so everyone can follow along there as well. As was mentioned, this application has been through a DRI process. The report indicated that the project is consistent with the regional future development map. We have heard the planning board's recommendations and where they come from, and we're here for that public hearing and heard all the public comments. We've also reviewed the staff report, and in reviewing the staff's initial report with their 10 items, there's 10 items listed. We're in agreement with 8 of the 10. The 2 that we would like to modify slightly are listed as number 8 and 10, which are highlighted in this document. And the way they read are, the way they previously read was access to Goshen Road. Extension is restricted for use on this temporary construction entrance until the main road is in place. If the commission will consider, we would like to modify that. For the access to Goshen Road is restricted to no truck traffic. Automotive traffic will still be allowed to utilize the Goshen extension. And going on to item 10, similar circumstance, no operating traffic, resulting from this development is permitted at Chimney Road, and no truck traffic will be allowed on the Goshen Road extension. In our opinion, what we're looking at there, we were 100% committed to no truck traffic on Chimney Road. However, we do feel like automotive access on the Goshen Road extension, which is the side road, will allow employees, office managers, administration to come into the development, get back out to ranking businesses at Highway 21 without having to go all the way to Old Augusta, and be better for the Effingham County business and generate revenue from that aspect. So those are the only requests. It all has to do with the Goshen Road restriction or Goshen Road extension access in regards to staff recommendations. That's our only modification. requested
So
modification.
if you use that road, you're saying it would be only vehicle traffic?
Correct, no truck traffic. 100% no truck traffic, only
Martin,
automotive
hear you
access.
back? I'm gonna get you, if you're ready, that mic right close to that mic.
Okay.
I also talk fast and I have a soft voice, so we're gonna have to work together.
So in regards to the staff report, we're in concurrence with everything that was recommended other than a modification to change the Goshen Road Extension access to automotive only. We would not have truck traffic on the Goshen Road Extension. We would still have zero truck traffic on Chimney Road. Moving on, I'd like to take a few minutes to go over buffers, noise, and lighting. This has been a very, item that has been discussed a lot in regards to public hearings and other feedback. We've got some residents and things of that nature. So in accordance with the Effingham zoning ordinance, warehouse development is considered a heavy industrial usage and requires a 300-foot buffer when located adjacent to an R district, AR district, or multifamily district. The majority of the neighboring, residences in this area are in one of those three districts. Therefore, a 300-foot buffer is required, primarily in regards to Chimney Road. The primary concern based upon feedback, is this Chimney Road buffer. And the ordinance requires 300 feet, and, our proposal is for 300 feet buffer.
Are you on page 2?
Yes, we're going down to page 2 under noise buffers.
That'll help the folks in the audience.
And so within our 300-foot buffer, which is, yep, right there. Within the 300-foot buffer, we're proposing 250 foot of that to be preserved. The additional 50 feet will be a 12-foot tall berm with Iliagnus planting on the top of the berm. Those plants will grow approximately 2.5 feet a year. Then the plan there is with the 250-foot preserved buffer, that will provide a lot of noise and light reduction in the higher levels. And then the 12-foot high berm with plantings will further protect, residents along Chimney from noise and light pollution. And below that is a diagram, and this comes from, a document we have, this reference below, conservation buffers, design guidelines for buffers, corridors, and greenways. This is produced by the U.S. Department of Agriculture and the Forest Service Southern Research Station. What this document indicates is if you're standing approximately 400 feet away from a decibel reading of approximately 90 decibels, which is typically what you get on heavy highway traffic or in regards to truck corridors, and you move approximately 400 feet away from that. If you have absolutely zero buffer in place in that 450 foot difference, you get a decibel reduction from 90 decibels to 66. In that 450 feet, if you have a 100-foot tree buffer, you get a reduction from 90 decibels to 58 decibels, which is a 32 decibel reduction. If you have a 100-foot tree buffer, as well as a 12-foot high berm, you get a reduction from 90 decibels to 55 decibels. So in determining what the best, methodology in the 300-foot buffer requirement that we wanted to provide, utilizing this document, we feel like this is the best scenario for the residents, protect everyone along Chimney Road. 300 feet, 250 is preserved vegetation, 50 feet is a 12-foot high berm with plantings on top of it, and we think that maximizes the noise and light reduction. In addition to that, I'd like to move on to some existing noise measurements that we came up with in regard to some observation. That's the next page. So on Thursday, 8/13, and approximately 5:30 in the evening, readings were taken at the Sunoco convenience store right next to Georgia Highway 21. During a 45-second monitoring period, the max reading was 88 decibels, and that's in the guideline. That's right along what we read in studies in regards to heavy traffic or, truck corridors. During that 45-second period, the max was 88 with an average of 64. Now, what I will indicate is during that reading, there was a semi-truck stopped at the intersection that pulled through, and that's when that max 88 came through. It was a stop sign, he came through, and it increased to that. On that same afternoon, we went to a reading next to the Civilwood entry, which is approximately 500 feet away. At that time, the max reading was 58 decibels, and the average was 52. At that same reading, there was another semi-truck that was stopped at the intersection. It was a 45-second interval, and there was a reduction from the 88 max to the 58 max. Those two observed periods, the only thing in between is that 500-foot distance. We'll know between those two locations, there's roadside plantings along that roadway for trees and shrubs, but there's no real buffer between those two. So just the distance and the roadside plantings reduced that decibel reading from 88 to 58 for a max reading. And so, again, that's with no buffer, that's just with the tree plantings. Moving on to light pollution. This has been another major item. The facility that we're proposing, in regard to the county ordinances and other regulations, it'll be downlit and not pointed towards Chimney Road or any adjacent residential properties. In addition, for protection in that 300-foot buffer, 250-foot will be preserved. That will highly minimize light impacts. The 12-foot high berm that we're proposed, a lot of your understory vegetation in these preserved areas, that's where it gets kind of bare. So in that 12-foot tall berm, what that would prevent was any headlights or anything that's making circulation around the facility. That 12-foot high berm would block any potential impact from reaching over towards the residents along Chimney or anywhere else in the area. In regards to existing condition observations that were made in the area, the adjacent residential developments all have street lighting. Those light levels will exceed any impact from our proposed development with the implementation of the buffers that are per the county ordinances. In addition, on the morning of 8/14/20 at approximately 5:45 a.m., we went and did a drive along Chimney Road. There's approximately 20 residences. I didn't count the exact number of lots, but 12 residences along our frontage had floodlights, porch lights on, or some sort of yard light, which would be brighter than any of the levels from our proposed development. Therefore, based upon, in our opinion, with the buffers we're providing, with the vegetation, our light impact is going to be no more detrimental or no different than what these residents are already seeing now from either street lights or yard lights or, house-mounted lights. Moving on to some other things that have been brought up, some other discussions, is the 2020-2040 Joint Comprehensive Plan. I believe 3 of you represented here tonight on the commission were a part of that committee in the drafting of that plan. As you know, everyone references kind of the land use map, but there's a lot of other factors in that comprehensive plan. One of the items that is listed is economic development. One of the focal points is this provides an opportunity for industrial base to create local jobs, given our proximity to the important military bases. Discusses the need for job creation to grow the county's economy beyond that of a bedroom community. These are all items that are detailed in the comprehensive plan. Development patterns mention an opportunity to steer growth toward existing infrastructure. As you know, Old Augusta Parkway is there, and it's been designated as a truck route, and I think that's utilizing infrastructure in both access and water and sewer with minimizing impact on some of our smaller streets. Also mentioned in the comprehensive plan, in 2015, 81% of Effingham County's working class residents are employed outside of Effingham County. So the development of this property gives an opportunity for Effingham residences, for job creation to be utilized on this development parcel. So now let's move on to the future land use map. Is one page of the comprehensive development plan, which is a 155-page document. And so, this map is intended to be utilized as a guide in analyzing zoning, but it's not the zoning map. And therefore, if you read into the details of the Joint Comprehensive Plan, we feel it falls in line with what our proposed application is. Moving on to traffic, I've got a comparison of our development, which is approximately a 4.5 million square feet build-out of warehouse space compared to, similar zonings in the area, which would be approximately 2,500 residential units on this property. Again, this is approximately 740 acres, and around 3 units per acre would, generate approximately 2,500 units. And so when you compare these items, you see the areas I have highlighted are the AM hourly and out, and the AM and the PM hourly in. And what that comparison is the worst condition that we have along Georgia Highway 21 are people leaving their residences going to Chatham County. As you can see, 2,500 residential units would increase that count by 1,406. It would increase with the warehouse development, it would increase that count by 284. So basically what you have here is a situation where the worst traffic flow, the proposed development is in an opposite direction in regards to what's currently existing and what the problems are now. And this information again is generated from the ITE trip generation manual.
Sorry, Mrs. Chair, it's 7 o'clock, so we'll have to.
Okay, yeah, unfortunately, we got to abide by that other hearing, right? I'm gonna give you a couple minutes to find a good stopping point.
Okay.
Then we'll pick up right there. We won't stop right below that.
All right, I'm going to wrap through this pretty quick. A couple of points to note on it. On February 22nd, 2020, the Board of Commissioners adopted the designated truck route. As you're aware, Old Augusta Road is one of the 10 designated roads for a designated truck route. In the first quarter of 2011, Phase 2 of Old Augusta Road was put out for bid. It was advertised as a new road with two 12-foot lanes with room to expand for 4 lanes. It was mentioned that this could serve as an alternate route for trucks going to and from the county's industrial park, Georgia Pacific plant, and other businesses. In a groundbreaking ceremony on April 24, 2008, one of the county commissioners at the time stated, now this road will bolster the vitality of the community, it will open opportunities for economic development in Effingham County. And what this is summarizing, over the period of the last 12 years, since improvements to Old Augusta Road have been mentioned, this is always intended to be produce economic development and be an industrial corridor. In addition, again, highlight, as staff has recommended, and let the record reflect again, we're proposing no access to Chimney Road from the development parcel. It is our preference, as we mentioned, to modify the Goshen Road extension to no truck traffic, but continue to allow automotive vehicles to utilize the roadway. And I think I'll stop right there and just finish up once the public hearing's over.
All right, so for our constituents here tonight for this item, because we have a planning for a village at 7 o'clock, we have to go ahead and pause and do that. It won't take too long, and we'll get back to this item. So we'll pick this back up right here with the applicant, and we'll continue on in just a few minutes. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing for the item on our agenda that was identified as the village 2020. I'll turn it over to County Manager to give a presentation on the millage rate. If you're here for the millage rate tonight, I'll just see if maybe you all are. Is anybody specific for the millage rate tonight? Raise your hand just so I know. Good, that's good. So, I'm just trying to see how many might be speaking to the millage tonight. Very good. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, each year, the Board of Tax Assessors is required to review assessed value of property tax purposes. The assessed value for property tax purposes of taxable property in the county. When the trend of prices on properties that have recently sold in the county indicate there has been an increase in the fair market value of a specific property, the Tax Board of Assessors is by law required to value such property and make adjustments for reassessment. This year, based on that assessment by the Board of Assessors and based on the work by our tax commissioner, the tax commissioner has set, based on our budget, what the millage rate requirements would be. And so we're going to read out the actual millages that are assessed and controlled by the county, but I'm also going to read out where they were in the previous year and then the total at the end. The county maintenance and operation millage set for this year, 2020, is 7.528 mils. 2019, that was 6.558 mils. Roads millage set for this year is .822 mils. 2019 was 1.149 mils. Recreation millage this 2020 is set at .558 mils. Last year it was at .934 mils. Hospital millage is set at 1.71 mils. For 2020, for 2019, it was 1.977 mils. Adding all together, that millage equals 10.618 mils, which is also what it totaled in the previous year.
Can we not put that on the screen?
Oh.
Pictures worth 1,000 words.
Okay.
That won't give you what you need there.
On page 4.
You have that document that you,
Yeah, and unfortunately, we had to log in on a particular meeting, so this is going to take a minute. Okay.
you take the pressure off Tim while he's giving you a picture so you can see. Let me address a little bit of this with those who are tonight for this hearing. We advertised a tax increase because the state of Georgia requires us to have a tax increase when the countywide millage rate, that's the millage rate that's assessed to the entire county, goes up. We in Effingham County allocate our millage this way. We have an M&O, we have a roads and a recreation, and then a hospital millage. There are many counties that will put all this in one millage rate. And we do not, because we give our cities a benefit, since we don't put any money on their roads, we give them a rollback, and we show these in different mills. We're going to try to put that on the board, but I think he's getting it for you now. So even though the millage went up for the countywide millage, we took the other millage rates down by proportionate share. So tonight, if you're in the unincorporated area, and if you look at your millage rate on your tax bill this year compared to last year, it will be the exact total millage rate. It will not change. The M&O went up, but the other three went down, so that it's still 10.618, the same total millage that we had last year. So even though the state makes you advertise that countywide millage rate, if it changes as a tax increase, if it goes up, we do not have a tax increase for the total millage that we assessed last year to this year. It's still 10.618. Okay?
And if you can see on the screen, that first box at the top shows the numbers that we previously discussed. And then what we did was we then broke it out to the municipalities. The municipalities pay a lesser amount because under Georgia state law, we have to credit them back for the services that they provide to their citizens. And so those include items like roads and recreation.
To make a little tweak to that, you have to credit back to them to services that we provide primarily for the benefit of only the unincorporated area, not all the services they provide. So since we do not put any of our tax money that we collect countywide into the city roads, they pay for their roads. We don't put it into their recreation. We give them a rollback because we don't spend that money inside the city. We spend it only in the unincorporated for the primary good of the unincorporated area. And we do have an agreement with the cities where they can use our facilities and we can use their facilities, our constituents, without any increased fees. You don't pay any more if you want to go play baseball in Lincoln or football, and they don't pay any more if they come into the county. So it helps us share this burden. But so we cannot tax them for that, so we give them a rollback. So the cities are getting a lesser overall county tax than the unincorporated area for that reason.
And so that rollback amount is 9.618 238 is what is charged by the county to any residents in the incorporated municipal areas. There is one additional tax that's associated with Rincon. It is only for 1 more year. It adds an additional 1.651 mils, and that is for the Rincon residents' contribution towards the Fort Howard
roundabout.
Old Augusta Road roundabout. And that will be paid off after this year, so that will disappear from the tax bills next year.
But I do want you to understand that if you're in the unincorporated area, there was not a tax increase related to the millage rate. And if the assessor has the values, if they increased your values, we don't control the assessed value of the board. You see how that works. We appoint the board of assessors. If you're on the phone, you need to put your phone on mute. If you're on the phone, you need to put your phone on mute. But anyway, the assessors are by design independent of the board of commission, so that we can arbitrarily raise your values so we get more tax dollars and have a tax increase. So we don't control the assessment. We only control the millage rate, and we have not increased the total millage rate. As a matter of fact, just a little bit of information, then we'll hear from the public any questions, so we want to be transparent. In 2008, everyone remembers there was a crash in our economy to 2009, 10, and 12. And back then we had a digest of about $1.7 billion. It went down to $1.5 billion with that crash. It took us to 2018 to have enough growth in our community to get our digest back to the 1.75. We didn't really get back to the level that we were, but got close, and we did get there in 2019. What that means is we had to operate on a lot less money than we had in 2009. In 2010, 11, 12, we had less money to operate on. So no kudos to me, but to some of the members on this board behind me and others who were on the board at the time, tightened their belts, ran this county like a business, cut the cost of services. Our property tax commissioner wasn't too happy at the time, our sheriff wasn't too happy at the time, and zoning wasn't too happy. But these are things we had to do to keep from raising our millage rate. And we did not raise our millage rate and have not raised it. And I would say there's probably very few counties in this area that can say they have not raised their millage rate since 2008. It still has not been increased. That's the total. We may adjust it where it goes for roads or recreation or M&O, but we have expeditiously and consciously tried to make sure we kept the millage rate there and operate with the proceeds of what we have, only based on the growth, additional revenues to cover those costs of additional services. So we were trying to recoup that, and we are finally recouping that now. But if you pull the growth back, all the constituents, like you and me, many of you, I was here in 1979, I think, we moved here a long time ago. And so some of us who've been here a long time, and there's only 10,000 people in the county, knows maybe 70,000. We have a lot of service costs that we've recognized, and we've seen this growth, and it's good that we have this millage rate that's been kept consistent. I hope that makes sense to you. So that's what we've been doing, trying to keep your millage rate down, and the total millage rate, in summary, has not been increased. But with that, I'll see if staff has any other comments.
I mean, those are the numbers. I don't know if our tax commissioner has anything to add to it, or I expressed that accurately. Those are the numbers that will be on the tax bill this year. The only thing I would add is that if you look at the 5-county region, Bryan, Bullock, Chatham, Effingham, Liberty, there's only one county that is slightly lower than us, which is Bryan, and Effingham County comes in substantially lower than the other 3. So it's always good to operate based on comparison than anything else.
So we are opening a public hearing. We will try to answer your question or hear your concerns, or if anything's unclear tonight. Let's take a few minutes to hear from our constituents. Anyone tonight like to speak to this millage rate that we want to set? Is someone on the phone wanting to make a comment? I can't tell if that's phones that are on you.
No, they can hear you, so.
If you have your phones on, please turn them on mute.
Well, he's speaking directly into the phone, so they can, the microphone is on, so.
I think the people in the other room can't hear, maybe
What's,
in the other room.
what you're saying up there is hard for them to hear, but they can hear.
It's completely unintelligible.
They can't hear on the speaker.
Oh, is that fine out?
They're all trying to listen in on their phones.
All right. I apologize.
I don't know what to do about the technology. I'm just a chairman, I'm not a tech guy.
That's exactly right.
What's that?
Invite these folks in and let them speak.
Yeah, if somebody wants to speak. Yeah, let's see if anybody wants to speak to the millage rate. Anyone here tonight in this room that'd like to speak to the millage rate assessment? We'll see if anybody in the next room wants to speak. If not, we'll close the public hearing. We'll wait for you.
They're gonna come in one at a time. Right behind you.
Rebecca Tice.
And if you want to stand along the wall, if you want to protect yourself, you're welcome to do that too. I want to put y'all together. All right. Is there anyone else over there that's going to come over here for this public hearing?
Folks, were you here to speak about the millage rate hearing or on the, okay. All right,
So anyone, you asked that specifically.
Yes.
So is anyone tonight wanting to speak on the millage? All right, seeing no one with any comments or discussion, I'm going to close this public hearing related to the millage. We're not taking any action tonight. Right?
No, sir.
Okay, all right. We're going to close that public hearing, and we're going to reopen the hearing related to the rezoning for yard and all that. Okay? We got to do something about this. Focus with the phones on.
Yeah, I'll do it right now.
Very distracting. Much better. All right, I'm going to invite the applicant to come back up and finish his presentation.
We're good? All right, Chad Zittrower again with Kern & Company. As stated before, I went through a brief description on the zoning, on the buffers, on the traffic, on the comprehensive plan. The last thing I'd like to bring your attention to is we've heard a lot of concerns about what the I-1 zoning is and what we could do on this property. According to the county ordinance, there's conditional zoning allowed in regards to where it states, in deciding any application for an amendment to the zoning classification of a parcel of property or zoning map, the Board of Commissioners may put their own or put the recommendation of the planning board or the zoning administrator, grant the application to certain conditions deemed necessary by the board. And so what we're proposing tonight is based upon the feedback that we have heard in regards to smokestacks, heavy industrial, things of that nature. We would like to propose that this usage be limited to everything that is allowed in the light industrial zoning district, as well as warehouses in the heavy industrial zoning district. And so what we're committing to do is to strike every other use in heavy industrial, which includes manufacturing of aerospace vehicles, automobile parts, paper, lumber, concrete pipe, asphalt, boats, grain mill products, sugar, ethanol, chemicals, and plastics. Any of those manufacturing facilities, strikes energy plants, strikes rail switch yards, strikes metal plating, metal smelting, and recycling centers. So,
just trying to repeat what I hear, just for clarity. You're suggesting in your application is to strike every use under the heavy industrial except the warehousing.
That's correct. And so to go along with our application and just summarize everything again, we went through what we're willing to strike, which is everything in heavy industrial, excluding warehousing. And then also, the modifications we talked about in the staff report in regards to Goshen Road. And I think that there have already been some circumstances previously tonight for I-1 districts, where you can isolate a particular use. I think it was done on the zoning amendment on the Ogden property where it was restricted just to surface mining. So I think there's precedence there to restrict particular uses in an I-1 district as that's already been done tonight. Other than that, I think that's all we have. I'm sure there'll be plenty of questions.
Really good for you. I'm going to get a point of clarity on that. I heard the applicant say that we have restricted our zoning with the surface mining to only surface mining use in that eye. Is that correct?
Well, the application for the option and other surface mines is specifically a surface mine, and in order to allow that, we require them to rezone to industrial. So it is true, but it's kind of the opposite. It's the surface mine is the controlling factor. We've never had a circumstance, and actually usually there's a stipulation requiring that the zoning revert to AR1 at the end of the surface mine.
Completion of surface, that's true.
Yeah.
That is another, okay. That helps. Yes, sir.
Good evening, Wilson Burns. Try not to, Chad covered a lot, and I'll try to be a little quicker than that. But since we were here with the planning board, we've met pretty extensively and talked with folks, mostly one-on-one, but we did meet with a group the end of last week. The neighbors seem to be split into, I think with the property tax, the $5 million a year in property tax that build out and the jobs that the project will create, as far as benefit to the county as a whole is certainly there. And so you really, to me, it comes down to the nearby residents, which seem to be broken more into two groups. One group that this seems to oppose. I believe we've addressed a lot of their concerns and tried to address all of their concerns that we heard. A lot of this group, we would say would, if we were here for residential, would probably be, quoting the overcrowded schools and traffic and tax burden for the homes. If, a home needs to reach about a $450,000 value to carry its own place and without costing the taxpayers, and the median price in Effingham County is $155,000. So, there'd certainly be a mix in the neighborhood, but you wouldn't expect it to meet it. Crime, etc., would be complaints you'd hear out of what I believe a lot of the people, opposing us now, but it would be also, I think you've heard through emails, phone calls, some of them I was copied on, that there's a lot of people that support our zoning out in the area, out in the nearby area, and they would, also, they're supporting it because they don't want to see that type of development, the increased traffic, the increased tax burden, the increased burden on the schools in the neighborhood there. And so, they would be here instead of supporting it, opposing that as well. That group of people really, to me, they realize something's coming to the piece of property, the supporting group, they realize something's coming to the property. And they want to have a voice in trying to make sure that what we do is the best use of the property, knowing that it is going to be developed. No traffic on Chimney Road is a big thing to them. Our plan, cuts out arguably several thousand trips on Chimney Road a day. A proper transition done, due to the county ordinance, there's actually 148 acres of buffer on this piece of property. In addition to try to address some additional concerns there, we've agreed to put the berm and the plantings in. We've agreed to turn so that the buildings along Chimney Road, no dock doors would be turned toward Chimney Road, and to limit the possible uses that Chad mentioned. And I believe all of that can be accomplished the same way as the uses, the berm, the dock doors, to be, in the same limiting with the ordinance. The $5 million property tax, and then with estimated warehouse space of this size, you're gonna hit an estimated 1,000 jobs, which are going to be a lot of daytime shoppers, lunch, eaters in restaurants in Rincon, and sales tax dollars in general to Rincon, as well as those jobs not having to leave the county each day. The traffic Chad touched on was a big issue to everybody, on both sides. The side that supports us and that's opposed us, and the traffic reduction at the rush hour times is important. The Chimney Road was the big traffic item for the people that are with us, but the traffic reduction at the rush hour times, when everybody's really concerned about getting out of and getting back in Effingham, was big. Yes, I had some videos and stuff to show of what a typical warehouse scene looks like, but cut some of that time out. I'd like to read one of the emails. Like I say, I was copied on a number. Some of them I think y'all got that I wasn't copied on, but one of them that a nearby resident wrote that I think portrays what I was going to try to show in some pictures and videos, but y'all received this email, so you can confirm that. But I'm a property owner at Chimney Road. I've also worked in the warehouse industry for about 8 years. This industrial development will be less than 400 feet from my property. I would like to clarify a few points that I believe would put some property owners who are concerned at ease and explain why I support this industrial development. Warehouses typically operate Monday through Friday and don't operate on most weekends. The trucks that work these warehouses, port drayage companies, typically don't have backup beepers on their trucks, so there would be no beeping to be heard from trucks. There are also no forklifts to be heard because the forklifts are working inside the buildings and are rarely outside the buildings. These new warehouses are built much differently than older operations. They are not thin metal buildings with inside and outside operations. Operations are in the warehouses, and noise is an invalid concern. By supporting this particular industrial development, that does not mean that I believe all land or property has the same highest and best use, but I do believe that our county put Old Augusta Road in to prepare for truck traffic with the intention of industrial businesses coming to the area. I believe that since traffic will be diverted from Old Augusta directly to the facilities, that this is the highest and best use of the property for the county as a whole. So nearby resident that couldn't be here tonight.
You can identify to see if there's someone that has emailed me personally or any other commissioner that they asked to be kept incognito.
I would need to go back and look at the email and try to confirm what that said. I believe Mr. Kiefer was copied on it and confirmed that it's a nearby property owner. one other email or letter that somebody asked me to read that couldn't be here tonight, and I don't think got an email, was able to, I think maybe somebody got a text of this, but I support growth in South Effingham and also landowners' rights to do as they please, as long as it is within the law. I know the history of the area better than anyone in Effingham County, and would be glad to share my views with the public and county officials. I stand ready to help and support your project. Please let me know if I can help. Billy Exley. Thank you.
Anyone else from the applicant speaking tonight?
I think we may have some residents that may want to speak. I don't know if you'd like them to speak
I'm opening it
now.
up to the public. I'll just see if there's anyone from the applicant. Okay, we'll open up and see if there's anyone here tonight who'd like to speak for this rezoning. Anyone who'd like to speak in approval for the application. Let's come one at a time to take up the situation here.
My name's Perry Mincy. I'm a homeowner at 147 Cypress Drive in Silverwood Plantation. Lived there for about 28 years, 29 years, something like that. Watched a lot of change go on in this county and watched a lot of neighborhoods being built. And my concern is 700 something acres with being developed. We're going to see a lot of residents go in there, and it's going to create a lot of traffic. So I worry that we're going to get more noise, more light pollution. I live on Cypress Drive, which is one street over from Chimney. And I'm concerned that it's going to create a tremendous amount of burden on the county. I'm concerned that it's going to create more crime, which is going to mean more sheriffs, which is going to mean more lights going up on probably at the end of Chimney Road or somewhere like that if they ever develop it that way. So I would much rather see this kind of use happen where the traffic is going out on Old Augusta on a road that's designed to handle truck traffic. With him making the concessions to do a berm, he's giving up, that's a lot of money. I know because I'm in that kind of business, so I know how it costs to build something like that. So it's costing him a lot of money to do that, but he's doing it because of the concerns we have in our community. The buffer he's got, a 300-foot buffer, that should take care of this project without any problems. Him making a concession and put the dock doors on the front of the buildings instead of the back of the building, closest to the chimney, should make a huge difference. With noise and lights also, because I'm sure they won't have to light it up as much if they don't have loading docks out front. I think it's a better use for the land than developing it with neighborhoods and apartment buildings and all the other uses that's going to happen out there and create no telling what for the county. So that's my opinion as a resident there. I just wanted y'all to know.
All right, thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Anyone else tonight that would like to speak for approval of this rezoning?
I'm Buddy Hobbs. I live at 129 Goshen Road Extension, and I have property that borders this project on two sides of my four sides of my property. I don't think there's anybody else in the room that this affects as much as it does what goes on with us. Wilson has fixed most of the concerns that we have. I think they underestimated some of their concerns. That my main concern is if we do this and then it ends up residential and we turn around and the commission approves the same thing that goes up in Jasper Station down there, that is 35 acres with over 200 house tops on it. That would increase the substantial amount of people on this end of the county, the fire protection that it would also entail. The warehouses would be a lot less than that. The police protection would be a lot less than that if we do this with the commercial. I also have a concern for the people on the Chimney Road. If this does go residential, There's nothing to stop all of those subdivisions from coming out right across from your driveway. I have absolutely no problem with the fact that they're not bringing the truck traffic down the Goshen Road extension. I can appreciate that. Our county commissioners have done a good job of setting up the old Augusta Road to be a 4-lane road eventually. This will affect our county as far as traffic, a minimal, because it's only looking at a half a mile to a 3/4 of a mile of the trucks going to the ports on our county road. They then into Chatham County. I really feel like this is something that is a benefit to all of us, and since we are the ones that are affected probably the most, I really would like for y'all to consider to do this much more than a residential area. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, we're still on the support side. Anyone speaking in support of it? State your name.
Okay. My name is Marie Graham. I've lived in Effingham County my entire life, and my family and I own a total of 212 acres across from the property on Chimney Road. And it's been in my family for a long time, long before I was even thought of. When they started to develop the Silverwood in there was a lot of concern. My daddy tried to fight it. Of course, it was a futile effort, but growth's going to happen, and it's just been an ongoing battle. So we've had to deal with the kids coming over on our property, cutting down trees for firewood, going fishing in the pond, then killing the fish after they catch them, hunting without permission. It's just been an ongoing thing with having to deal with it. And we feel like they even cut the fence and let the cows out. Pardon me?
Oh, nothing. That was someone else.
Okay. Okay. They just kind of allowed to roam around, especially if school's out. And they've gone in our barn down there, taking things out, filed a police report that they had to go to the kid's house and with the parents and make them return it and clean up their mess. But, you know, they complain about the traffic, about how much the traffic's going to be, which the traffic is not going to go out on Old Augusta Road. I mean, on Chimney Road, it's going on Old Augusta Road, but if put in another subdivision, you're talking about 2,300 plus or minus houses, and that's going to increase the traffic by twice that much. You're going to have twice that many vehicles on the road, and that if you add more subdivisions, that's what caused the traffic problems to begin with, is subdivisions that has popped up in Effingham and getting into Savannah. That's what the cause was. But my family and I, we support Wilson and the other Burns boys with this project, and we'd rather see this than a subdivision come in over there, which would probably be the next thing.
Okay. You have anything different that you want to add?
No,
Okay.
I'm her sister and I live there.
Very good. So looking now, if you want to say you agree with something that's previously said in your approval, that's great. If you want to add any other items that would support the approval.
Okay, this is for approval. Buddy Hobbs, I'm Derek Hobbs. Buddy Hobbs is my big brother, so he had to go first. First thing I want to say is thank the commissioners for the job that y'all do. Second off, the Burns, these young men, these are Effingham County people, and I hope that you can tell tonight that they're concerned about the county and this whole thing, and they care about the county, and they're going to work as hard as they can with this development, with this project, to do the best that they can for the county in it, as we've already seen so many things that have been addressed. My brother spoke of the part that we own that borders up to it, but I'm also speaking for one of my cousins who owns the piece on Augusta Road that borders up to this property too. His name is Bobby McCormick. He lives in South Carolina.
For your safety, if you want to move on up here to get some more space, that's fine. There's a couple of seats on the front row here. and a couple of here. I do want to give you the opportunity to have some space, and I encourage you to keep your mask on if you're within 6 foot of somebody that you do not reside in the same home with. Okay? If you're not in the same home, try to put as much distance as you can.
And Mr. McCormick has asked me to speak in favor of this too, so that's two of the we both border up to this property, and we are in favor of it. And it's, without being repetitive, as you spoke before, all that green grass on the Augusta Road ain't for grass. That's because it's already been in the plan for the Augusta Road to be 4-laned, and we are in favor of this project.
Thank you, sir. Is anyone tonight speaking for and they have anything additional to that? Something that's a little different, maybe. Okay?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, my name is David Atkins. I'm a resident of Silverwood, and a lot of good points have been made tonight, and I just wanted, without belaboring the point, I'm in support of the changing of the zoning.
I don't want to keep anyone from speaking, but what I might do, and this is some additional information, I might first say, if you're here to speak in favor of this zoning tonight, would you raise your hand so we can kind of get an idea of those? Raise them house, I can say, either it's a good many here tonight, anyone who has it, and so the board can see that there are several. You have something additional you want to add, or if you was, I'm going to assume that you agree with the comments already been made. If you got something additional, you need another minute to come to the mic and make those comments. Additional?
My name's Bill Morgan, and I live on Old Augusta Road. I'm for it. I'd much rather have the warehouse than a subdivision. We don't have any problems with the semis on Old Augusta Road. The problems we have are with cars almost rear-ending us, turning in and out of our driveways. Never had a problem with a semi almost hitting me. I believe that.
Okay. Gotcha, I appreciate that. This is not my part of the meeting, but just to help you with that. Part of our T-spots that we're putting forth for people to consider, and some of our safety money we're getting from Georgia, we are hoping to put in, we need to, and are going to be putting in some decel, XL lanes, turn lanes, and so forth, particularly around Chimney Road. It's going to really greatly help. So it's just for general information, not so much public hearing tonight, but when you're coming down 20, Augusta, we're going to put a decel lane there, so that if you're turning into Chimney Road, somebody behind is texting, they shouldn't be, and they look up and you stop and turn, they won't ram the back of you. They'll be in a decel lane so they can turn. I've had several calls from constituents about their kids going to school and somebody almost hit them. So we're going to do some things that's going to help that vehicular traffic. It'll help truck traffic too, but it'll help the vehicular as well.
And we've heard a lot about the buffer zone for Chimney Road. Is there any buffer zone for Old Augusta Road?
This 300-foot buffer, I'm assuming would be around the entire property, and that's what the ordinance requires. Am I correct on that?
No, the buffer is determined by the adjacent zoning.
Yeah, it has to be next to the AR. Wherever there's an AR property, I think that's how it goes, right? Adjacent to the AR. Yeah, on the highway property would not have to be, because that's...
But it is AR across most of Old Augusta Road. The industrial property is more on the Goshen side of that, so it should be 300 on most of the Old Augusta side. So
that we will make a note and we'll get the applicant to clear. We got the drawings here. We'll get the applicant to clarify that.
All right, thank you.
As I see the chimney is clearly marked. Anyone else speaking for this rezoning tonight? Anyone speaking for? All right, I'm going to turn and see if there's anyone tonight who'd like to speak in opposition to this rezoning. And if there is a keynote speaker that wants to come first or whatever, that'd be probably advisable. Tonight, if you're speaking in opposition or different in opposition, raise your hand so the board can kind of get a picture of those who are in opposition. Okay. All right. You come state your name and share with us.
Commissioners, my name is Richard Leach. I live at 110 Mill Creek Drive in Mill Creek Plantation, and my wife and I would like to add our names to the long list of people who are against the rezoning along Chimney Road. A large group of people met with the planning board, and that board voted to not recommend the rezoning request. I would encourage you to seriously consider all of the concerns raised at that meeting and to vote in favor of the residents and not the developers. The 300-foot buffer consisting of trees and brush will do little to mitigate the noise and lights and other negative aspects this development will bring to a residential area. While the plan is to have trucks enter and leave off Old Augusta Road, I worry that truckers will see easy access via Chimney Road and not fully utilize the connection of Old Augusta and Highway 21, even though there are nice new signs on Chimney Road limiting truck traffic. The residents of Chimney Road will be directly impacted negatively having an industrial complex 500 feet from their doorsteps. The residents of Ridgecrest are already impacted by the noise of existing truck traffic, and it will only get worse. We in Mill Creek will also feel the effects of this development so close by and would expect our property values to go down and home sales to falter. We are talking about homes valued at $200,000 to $300,000. With all of the already properly zoned acreage in the county, why would the commission want to allow this encroachment on a residential area rather than encourage developers to utilize these available sites? There is already a huge complex going up at the terminus of Old Augusta Road and Highway 21. Even though Old Augusta Road is designated as a truck bypass, the amount of truck traffic that uses Highway 21 through Rankin is still enormous, and it could grow if this industrial complex is put in here. If this complex was going to be thrust upon your place of residence, I am sure it would rile you, so I think you can see why we are riled up. Please vote no on the rezoning request as recommended by your planning board. The county shouldn't be so hard up for tax dollars that it would sell out its residents in favor of this type of development. Thank you.
Anyone else speaking against this rezoning, please hold your applause. We're not here tonight to receive applause, we're here to receive facts.
Mr. Chairman, fellow commissioners, my name is Wade Britt, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you tonight. And Mr. Chairman, I also want to publicly thank you and Mr. Kiefer for the opportunity to meet with you all. Then we have met separately with the Burns brothers, and everybody was gracious, and I want to say that we've all been people of goodwill here, right? We just have a difference of opinion. Like Mr. Mincy, I've been a resident of Silverwood Plantation for over 20 years. Though I'm not a Salzburger, I am working on my third generation of my family to call Effingham County home. We would like to keep our community, the kind of community that it is, and protect it. We do recognize that development is going to come to these areas, and we just would like to have it be more compatible and separate out the industrial areas and protect the residential areas. Industrial encroachment has been an issue. In fact, I know that's one of the criteria that you all put together on your comprehensive plan, and I think that was signed by at least a couple of you on this commission. So I see we see some serious conflict with the comprehensive plan, and again, as the gentleman from Mill Creek said, with almost 9,000 acres under development in the county for industrial space, I think there's other places that is available for these gentlemen to develop this property if they wish to do additional industrial development. You know, I had a chance to go around and look at some of these other sites around here, and I rode by the site over by Blandford Elementary School. I don't know the exact dimensions of that warehouse, but honestly it looks to be close to a mile long. It's probably not, it's probably close to a half mile, but it reminded me of that scene from the Star Wars, you know, when you're looking out at the sky and all of a sudden it gets blotted out by this giant ship. And so it looks, that's kind of what that building reminded me of. It's just like blotting everything out. And that's the concern that we have with this development as it relates to residential development being so close by. I just think that we know there's going to be some commercial development. There's going to be additional residential development. There's going to be traffic that goes along with that. We recognize that. With 1,000 employees there and the trucks coming in and out, I don't, the counts that you guys referenced, I guess, was primarily the truck traffic. So there's going to be some of those folks that would be commuting in together, but there's still going to be close to 1,300 cars a day coming in and out of that area, in addition to counting the trucks. So at any rate, I see that kind of as a wash. It's really the difference is 100,000-pound trucks running up and down the roads versus 3,500-pound cars running up and down the road. Now, we'd like to see this be, if it is the intent of this commission, to make this an industrial site. We appreciate the efforts that the Burns family has made to accommodate some of the concerns. The issue that we see as most problematic, though, is the noise over there. Many of these trucks are not going to be limited to Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. The Port Authority is not limiting trucks Monday through Friday. They run 7 days a week. The ILA is what kind of drives that. And with these Panamax ships coming in, there will be an increasing pressure to up the hours and do more gates. But they do have truck calls Monday through Sunday out there at the ports. There's just a lot less of them on the weekends. So obviously there's going to be enhanced truck traffic that's going to be on just Monday through Friday. The overall economic impact is not limited to just the tax base on this if you do industrial side versus residential. On the residential side, these folks that move in are going to spend money here in this county. There's going to be sales tax revenue. They're going to pay taxes to the state of Georgia, and I know there's a rev share that comes back to the county in some level from the schools, as well as paying federal income taxes. So we do get federal dollars, so I know the county has multiple revenue sources, not just merely the property taxes. And I think that probably needs to be part of the consideration as well. The jobs that will be created in these warehouses are typically not real high-paying jobs. They're more of an entry-level position, although some of the management positions will be there. The bulk of those 1,000 jobs are going to be in the $13 to $15 an hour range. That seems to be the prevailing wage now in the Savannah market with warehouse jobs. So I think there's an opportunity for us to do other things with this property, even if it is commercial property. We would like to see, generally speaking, if commercial property is developed adjacent to residential areas as business and retail, typically over time those become seen as an amenity. I know as a resident of Silverwood, I genuinely miss having the Kroger right outside the gate. So at any rate, we know these things were going to come to our county, and we just think that Effingham County is served very well, Lincoln in particular, by being more residential than heavy industrial, and especially heavy industrial right next to residential. Thank you.
Anything further discussions tonight? Okay, anyone else speaking in opposition? Opposition?
My name is Claudia Comer. I live in Goshen Hills. I've lived here for about 25 years.
Say your name again, I'm sorry.
Yes. I'm sorry?
Your name again, please.
Claudia Comer. Comer with Goshen Hills. So I'm not directly affected. I don't live on Chimney Road, but this is still my community, our community. And the gentleman before me brought up on McCall Road. Now that's not Augusta Road, which is supposed to be the industrial parkway. So we've got McCall Road with that monstrous site right across the school from the elementary school. Then we have right behind Goshen Hills, coming up the hill, whatever that warehouse monstrosity is behind us. Now, you want to try and put right there where it's going to come out on Augusta Road, where you already have the other one coming out, the one from behind Goshen Hills. And you want to put it right at residence. And why is the assumption that it's automatically going to be residential? I mean, that whole property could be a school, a church, shops, could be something really nice that would blend with the residents and not completely smother them. And as far as all the concessions, that's very well, intentions. But once this property is rezoned, just like I remember when they had the Effingham Commerce Park at the very entrance of our county, and we were told, because we were concerned about that, not to worry. A beautiful landscape berm. It was going to be lovely. You would never see what was behind there. Do you see what's at the front of the beginning of our county now? It's an eyesore and an embarrassment to me. So there's that. Give me just a minute because I wrote down a lot of things from what they're saying here. Oh, they did bring up, okay, how the residential was going to be more crime and all that. But what do you think strangers who don't live, who have nothing invested in our community other than a job, you don't think there's going to be more crime with 1,000 strangers coming in? You don't think that's going to be any issue with any more theft or robberies or congestion? And that's another thing. So truck traffic, he said, oh, there's going to be less trucks than there would be if you had a residential area because there'd be more cars. Yes, maybe so. But the trucks are more dangerous. They're heavier. You get in an accident with a truck, our kids, who's going to win? The truck. I'd much rather have more cars than trucks around. It could be. The bottom line is, all the residents here have helped to build this community, and it's a great community. And it's growing. So like the gentleman before me said, there's other places this could happen. It doesn't have to be just injected right in with residents who have built Effingham County, who y'all, none of us would be here now if people hadn't been here to build it up with and raise their families and invest their savings and their time and their effort in this community. So I think you talked about in the very beginning, Chairman, that the property owners' rights should be respected and considered. Well, you've got two property owners here. Ones who have been here for a long time, building this community with their families, and others trying to join it, and they can, but not this way. Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Ruben Chavez. I live in 1092 Chimney Road, just right there.
You need to have your name one more time.
Ruben Chavez. I live in Chimney Road.
Can you spell it? Yep. Can you spell it, Lisa?
Ruben.
Ruben?
Yep. Similar to the sandwich. Well, sir, Chavez, C-H-A-V-E-Z.
You go ahead and share.
Sorry, what?
You can share your opposition.
Okay, well, I'm against this. I was born in a similar place, like from where we're right there. Typical place with crimers, people walking in front of your front yard. You only have your front yard just people to see it because you cannot really enjoy it, right? I cannot have my kids back then where I lived to. You put my kids on the front yard, be considered that they were safe to ride because there were people just walking around there, moving their cars. There were accidents. It was a terrible place, right? So when I got married with my wife, we took a decision that we want to build a family, right? That's what we were getting married. So we started looking for places. I moved to here not because everything set up and lucky me, right? We looked for a place like this, right? We saw those announcements that Effingham County was one of the best places to raise a young family, right? So when I bought this house, I was not buying a piece of land. I was not buying a piece of woods and a TV or something like that, right? I was buying a home, right, where I could have my kids, raise my kids, and be happy, right? This is the lifestyle what I was purchasing. So I have 3 kids, two baby girls and 1 little boy, right? This is a wonderful place to raise families. I see my kids every day. They don't understand about, trucks that could hit your daddy when you're arriving home. They don't understand about, bad people running their houses. They're just simple kids that was raised in Effingham County, and the 5 years that they have been living there, because that's their age, they pretty much only home that they know, has been wonderful, right? It's not right that a man goes and work hard, pay their taxes, try to give a good example to your kids. It's not right that after, you spend all your time and effort buying a home, that someone came up and say, oh, by the way, I'm gonna build 1,000, city jobs around there. I'm gonna put a bunch of trucks in front of your yard, and I'm gonna destroy your lifestyle, right? Just because I have $5 million and I can do it, right? There's 9,000 acres around there.
If you would talk to us and speak to your opposition and not make accusations, if you would.
Well, all right, I will not talk about.
Not looking at the character of people. We believe everybody's character here is forthright and to do what they believe is best. As a board will do what it believes is best for this community. We also love that we've lived here 30, 40, and 50 years, long time, and we're well invested. We do want to hear what concerns you have about opposition. I hear you say you have a concern for safety because of the trucks and so forth.
I'm concerned about safety. I'm concerned about, the lifestyle that we purchased here that is going to disappear, because I came from a place similar to what they're trying to convert.
We are equally concerned about our lifestyle, our community, and the values we hold here.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, sir.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate it. Anyone else tonight speaking in opposition?
My name is Rick Kyle. I live on Old Augusta Road. I just want to remind the commissioners that this section of Old Augusta Road is a floodplain, and a significant majority of those 741 acres is a swamp. And I don't know where that water's going to go, because it's going to go into one of the neighborhoods. I've been living on Old Augusta Road for 18 years. I was back there when they paved Old Augusta Road. There was a solid 3 weeks. Nobody could go down the road because of all the water and all the mud that was created, because the water couldn't go anywhere. And I'm really concerned about where the water on this property is going to go. Is it going to come across the street, across our property? Is it going to go to Chimney Road? Is it going to make it silver? I don't know, but it needs to be considered.
I don't usually try to make comments while people are expressing, so let me address that for you, because that's a really quick answer. They have to be permitted through the Georgia water source, whatever, it's above my pay grade. But they have to get permitted to show that the water will not leave their property with the non-permeable surfaces they're going to provide. They have to show where it's going to go, how it's going to go, so that it does not flood surrounding areas. If it does, they'll have to create more retention and so forth, and have less property to operate. But I can give the assurance based on the permitting process, they cannot build so that it causes flooding on other properties.
Well, there's 2 creeks that run across underneath the road currently, and they're not sufficient at all.
Any developer, anywhere in the county, if they're building these type of facilities, we've been into this with the Old Augusta 21, those were housing with the creeks. They got to mitigate the water that's going into those creeks. They cannot raise them up so much or so much down and so forth. So that really is mitigated and it is controlled.
Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. It's a legitimate concern, but there is regulation over that.
Hello, my name is Michael Riddick. It's like Riddick, but with an R. Everybody knows Josh Riddick. Everybody sees the signs when they drive into the county. The United States Army moved me here in 2012, and I lived in Silverwood, 111 Cypress Drive. And I no longer live there because of the traffic that was in Rincon. We're talking about 1,000 jobs coming here. Okay, yeah, granted, the travel time from Rincon is about 28 minutes to get to work. Most people work downtown in Savannah. But also, when you start bringing about them 1,000 jobs coming here, some would be hired here from Effingham itself. Most of them are going to be staffing agencies coming from Savannah. You know, your temporary laborers coming in there working 24 hours a day. So we're talking 100, I don't know the exact number, but whatever number of trucks coming in per day, and now we're looking at 1,000 drivers coming in. And what are they gonna do? They're gonna cut down Chimney Road. I broke bread at Ruben's house. I broke bread at Ponte's house, who live on Chimney Road. It is going to be a nightmare because as they go down Augusta Road, they're going to see that the traffic is built up, so they're going to find an easier way, and that's going to be coming down Chimney Road. It's just the force of nature. I have been at both of their houses, and I've seen cars doing in excess of 60 miles an hour. You know, and I don't even live on that road, and I said, damn, that's fast. All right, so we have to consider the fact of the people that are going to be using Chimney Road, not just the truckers, right? And we appreciate the businesses doing that, but there's going to be individuals coming there from Chatham, from Pooler. And that's another point, the last point I want to make. We are not Chatham and we are not Pooler.
Good afternoon. My name is Mariano Herrera. I live on Chimney Road. M-A-R-I-A-N-O. Last name Herrera, H-E-R-R-E-R-A. I live on 1104 Chimney Road. I took my kids that were born here, wait with them for the school buses. But the gentleman before me said it's true. Now you're saying this is not going to impact Chimney Road? I just saw the Chimney Road was recently surveyed. We don't know who is surveying it. Why? Are you gonna make it wider? Why is it that we don't know anything about it? You know, it was like 2-3 months ago, or maybe even more. Now, Chimney Road is a joke. I email Mr. Kiefer probably once or twice a year to please come and clean that road. If you cannot even keep that road clean, you know, how are we gonna trust you guys with a decision, you know, where our kids have to wait and for the school buses when you cannot even keep it clean?
Thank you, sir.
Hello, my name is Mike Lisi, L-I-S-I. I live on Chimney Road also. I live right across the street from where the major warehouse would be. 300-foot buffer scares me. I worked at UPS for 5.5 years in a warehouse. I know what truck traffic sounds like. I know how dangerous it can be. I know the noise, the light pollution. That scares me living across the street. My daughter goes to Blandford with that new warehouse that just popped up across the street from her. Every morning we sit outside on Chimney Road and we wait for her bus, and we have people passing her bus now. It's just going to get worse when people realize they're running late for work. When Old Augusta built the circle and they blocked off Old Augusta, the newest one over by the Family Dollar, they put up signs on either side of Chimney Road that said no truck traffic. It didn't matter. Actually, on the 21 side, someone ran over the no truck traffic sign coming onto the road, and it laid down for 3 or 4 days. It's not going to stop people from going up and down our road with trucks and the noise, people running late for work. I moved to Effingham County from New York. I was told it's a great place to raise a family. It's nice and country. It's a laid-back place, and so far it's been that. I noticed lots and lots of warehouses popping up, and it again goes back. It scares me what we're becoming. I'm afraid that we're not going to be the nice place that people want to flock to raise a family, that it'll be for something else. And I would like us to stop that before we continue down that slope. Thank you.
Please hold your applause. Thank you, sir. You want to say that?
I was going to say, did you say take applause?
No, please hold the applause.
Oh, I can't hear well. Retired military guys, so, you know, don't hear well.
But we know there's a lot of, and I appreciate there's a lot of emotion on both sides of this. And things like the applause just slow it down and creates more emotion. We want to be able to hear and deal with our hearts and our minds. And so that's why I encourage you not to leave your applause. Just listen, let the commission listen. We know you're certainly are too. And we want to do what's best for our community.
Thank you. Pat McCorkill, I live in Silverwood.
We're president.
President of the Board of Directors at Silverwood. There were many stakeholders involved in the adoption of the comprehensive plan, many people. I mean, I have a whole list here. You all know who was involved because actually all of you were involved in the adoption of the comprehensive plan. In the comprehensive plan, one of the sections says, the county and cities should discourage the establishment of intense or heavy industrial or commercial land use near existing residential areas. I think this is obviously some heavy, intense industrial use. So much so that the county planning staff recognized that and they requested a DRI. And in the DRI, and I mean, you guys have read the DRI, we've read the DRI. In the DRI, it does say, one of the issues that it does say is that this plan, the applicant's DRI submittal for the Old Augusta Industrial Park differs from the future land use map as defined by the comprehensive plan. So the DRI recognizes there is a conflict there. And the comprehensive plan actually is 2020 to 2040. It's a long-range plan. And it was just adopted a few months ago back in 2019. So there is a significant disconnect there that we want you to seriously think about. We do understand development needs to happen. We're all for development. I mean, we're business people. We're making money. We are not opposed to development. We want development. But there were a lot of stakeholders involved in the adoption of this comprehensive plan. Many stakeholders from all the different communities. We had business leaders, we had public hearings, the county professional paid staff was involved, Coastal Regional Commission, lots of stakeholders. It took a lot of time to come up with a really good comprehensive plan. Now, what I'm suggesting is, I'm getting to a point, and I'm sorry if I'm going too slow. What I'm suggesting is, maybe we should just slow down a bit, get some more stakeholders involved. If we're going to go against what the comprehensive plan says, well, let's get some more stakeholders involved. Let's get a little more discussion going. I recognize what the developer has done, and they have made some significant mitigation proposals since your initial presentation. Let's get together, let's slow this process down, and let's make sure that whatever agreements that we make are legally enforceable with all of the best intentions, with the greatest intentions at heart. If it's not legally enforceable and we're hoping these actions will happen, we don't have a guarantee. So I am recommending that this is directly opposing the comprehensive plan. But if we're going to move forward, at least let's slow down. Let's bring some key players in. Just like in a comprehensive plan, let's look at this. Let's just slow this down a bit and let us have some more input. They have made some great suggestions, but there's more suggestions that we would like to have input on as well, if this plan is going to go forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, appreciate it. I might just make one comment. This is important for future comprehensive plan and planning. Did you have a question for now, sir? You can stay there because just information. We had several meetings of comprehensive plan, but we did not have an outpouring of information from community or the area. There were meetings that I would go to, some commission might remember, there might be 4 or 5 of us at that meeting, and they were mostly commissioners. They might have the IDA or others. So it is important that at the very end, we need more input from the community, but we did advertise, but we did not have an outpouring of people coming to look at the plan with us and what we were doing. Just want to clarify that. When I say there was a lot of folks that went into that, not as many as should have been.
Well, I can say that according to the list of participants in the planning process that's on the cover page.
But they got to come to the meetings.
Right. Well, there was a lot of people that were involved.
Organizations, I'm just saying that it's like a transportation meeting. You know, we have like 20 people on that board. We might have 4 that come to the meetings, and I'm always there. So just make you aware that.
And I think we're having a lot of people participate now, which is good.
It is good.
And so let's just slow down a bit and let us have some more input. Let's work together some more.
You said you had other suggestions. Did you forward those to Mr. Burns?
We did talk with Mr. Burns, yes.
What were some of those suggestions?
There are a variety of other things that we can look at. Height of the building, direction of the lights. Some of the suggestions, like hours of operation, are these legally enforceable? The direction of the truck.
Restraint. Like can you have like what is that? Like what's your point with that?
Please just, the guy.
Okay, I'm speaking with you. I'm sorry, I got distracted. What was your question, sir?
Legally enforceable as far as operations?
I think what he's saying to Mr. Floyd is if we do put any type of stipulations, if the project was to get approved and we put stipulations on there, can we enforce the stipulations?
It would have to be enforced by ordinance.
And there could be future owners. So with best of intentions, developers and current people involved might have the best of intention. But are we protected in the future?
No, I agree.
Yes,
I think it's more wants to make sure that what we do will be as legally tight as we can make it.
Yes.
We know people can question anything, even if it is legally tight, but we want to do what is legally right, and we'll affirm that before we, I would hope the board would affirm that moving forward.
Yes, sir. And we would just like to slow it down. Let us be involved. Let us have a little more input in this decision-making process.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Mr.
Question?
Well, how would we determine who, yeah, I mean, obviously, 60,000 people in the county, we all can't get in a meeting and meet together and discuss it. So what kind of, we have to put some people together to have that kind of discussion. And I'm not sure, maybe I'm misinterpreting the discussion. Are you talking about a small group working together, is what you're saying?
Are you speaking?
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I walked away.
I'm sorry. I tried to catch you before you.
I'm sorry about that.
That's the reason I asked the question. If y'all have ideas, that needs to be forwarded on to Mr. Burns.
Yes, we
try to address those issues.
We have forwarded many of our issues to Mr. Burns, but what we also want are things that, as you had mentioned, sir, is these are ideas and these are plans, these are conceptual ideas, but are they enforceable? Now, and again, what was the question, Commissioner Kiefer?
You were saying just...
who should be involved?
To be involved, how to be involved.
Well, we have residents from a variety of neighborhoods, and a variety of neighborhoods could have some participation in that. Have a committee, let us get together, let us share ideas.
That's what I was...
What does that look like, moving forward? Basically, the question, how we get people together that really are concerned and have a level head and want to move forward. We want to see development, we want to see done in the right way when we're going to compete in someone else's lifestyle.
Yes, we want things done in the right way. So you have a professional planning and zoning staff. We have members from a variety of subdivisions. We have Ridgecrest, we have Mill Creek, we have Silverwood, and other residential areas nearby. We could discuss with your planning staff, and you help us to figure out what is a manageable group, have representatives there, we provide input from the developer, and let's look at what is happening. I'm just saying, let's slow this down just a bit, because we don't have to make a decision right now. And let's get a little more input. I'm sorry for walking away prematurely.
No, that's good. That's good.
I'm staying longer now.
Thank you.
You want to speak?
Yes, good evening. My name is Nat Magellan, and I live in Mill Creek subdivision.
What was your name?
NEF, NEF,
NEF? Okay.
Magellan. Live in Chimney Road, Mill Creek subdivision. I've been living there for 11 years now. I used to live for Wentworth, close to work, but because the situation, all the semis, all the warehouse and the port, I decided to move over here, to raise my family. I'm also volunteer to the county as a soccer coach, and Right now, we do have a problem with the infrastructure. You can see it. I spend, like let's say from 30 minutes to an hour to get to work, and it's because all the semis on 21. 21 is already a bottleneck, and every week I see from 1 to 2 accidents, and a lot of them related to semis, unfortunately. If I try to get out of chimney, like to go and do the practice, I have to wait from 10 to 20 minutes just to get into 21 or all the good stuff. Because already all this traffic. So I have a concern about the pollution. And it's, as other neighbors said, noise, lights, and also all the...
So you have some of the same concerns about noise and lights and so forth?
Yes, and safety.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and as I said, the infrastructure seems not to be ready to have that kind of, development here. We already have a lot of problems, and it's getting worse on the last 3 years. It's really bad.
Okay. Very good.
Thank you.
Now, I don't want to stop anyone from speaking tonight, but if it's noise, traffic, and safety, we hear that, and if these are your issues, then we receive that, we understand that. But we need to kind of move this hearing to here. Are there other concerns so that we as a board can hear all the concerns?
I understand, and I appreciate, that you give us the time to express. And as I said, I just want to say I'm opposed to that, at least how it is right now.
Yeah. And these are concerns, sir, that we're going to have as well when we're looking at traffic and safety and so forth. And I'm not sure this has a lot to do with this here tonight, but there are traffic things that this board is already working on that will, in the next 5 years, divert all the traffic coming north from 21 away from Lincoln, which is going to take a lot of traffic. Eventually, we hope there will be no traffic, truck traffic coming through Lincoln. They'll have 2 choices: the Parkway, which is going to be goes into Blue Jay and McCall Road. They'll go that route, or they'll go on Augusta, and then will not be coming through Lincoln at all. That's the goal.
But
obviously, we're going to spend about $5 million on Goshen Road, so all the traffic that's dumping out on Goshen Road on 21 that creates that really big traffic issue. A lot of that's coming from that side of the county, coming outside I live on, because they have only one way to come. The whole western side of the county's got to come to go to 21 to get out of the county. When the Parkway is there, we're going to be able to take about at least 50% of that traffic or more through the Parkway to Junior Lodge, to Savannah, to those other places. So that we do have things in place to begin to address this starting next year.
That is good. The other thing, as I said, this city is becoming, for Wentworth, which is where all the people is trying to get away from it. Because, it's very unhealthy to have a neighborhood next to all these industrial parks. And unfortunately, that's what we're doing over here.
I hear you. Thank you, sir. Just want you to know we're working on those traffic concerns.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we need a quick 5-minute recess.
Yeah, we're going to take a 5-minute recess, and then I'm going to particularly restrict this to new information that you want to I may have to ask you to abbreviate it because we don't want to be here saying the same thing until 12 o'clock at night. We're going to take a 5-minute recess. I think some boardrooms got to go to the bathroom. You may need to as well. If there is a bathroom next door, if you want to go to the bathroom, there's a couple of bathrooms. So before we proceed with the hearing, I was informed at the break by some folks who may be in opposition to this rezoning tonight that they were in the other room when the applicant made their presentation of some of their research and conditions, and they requested that they be brought up to speed on what they shared. So I asked the applicant if they would take about 5 or 6 minutes and not do the 15 or 20 minute.
She was
against.
I was against, and I was still speaking.
Yeah, she was the last one that was cut off before she could speak.
Thank you.
We didn't complete?
No, we did not. No.
She didn't.
No. I allowed you.
I'm not going to cut off the opposition to speak right now. I just want to make sure we bring everybody up to speed that's here. So would you mind just, did I cut you off in the middle of a sentence or something?
I was coming up to speak and you wanted to take a break, so we allowed you.
So we're going to come back to you if you would take a seat right now.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Kiefer.
Because I want to bring those, there's about, I don't know, a dozen, 15, 20 people that did not hear, and it's not fair to all the constituents, particularly those who are in opposition, not to hear what the applicant said. They want to hear what he said. So if If you take just a brief summary for them, that'd be great.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll give a brief summary of what I presented earlier. Again, we agree with all of the staff recommendations in regards to the restrictions that were put on the property with the modification of Goshen Road to be modified as opposed to no truck access to automotive access alone. It will continue to be no access automotive or truck traffic to Chimney Road. In regards to the buffer, the county ordinances require 300 feet. We're proposing 250 feet of preserved vegetation, woods that are there, and 50 feet of a berm, which would be 12 feet high. What that would consist of would be a 12-foot high berm with vegetation on top. In the 50-foot portion, 250 foot of preserved vegetation all the way through. What we feel like that does is prevents lighting from coming in over the top with the high vegetation. Any headlights or anything coming in underneath the 12-foot berm would block from getting across, additional areas. In regards to what the buffer and the trees provide in regards to sound decibel reductions. The closest residence on Chimney Road to our proposed development going across Chimney is 75-foot setback from where the houses are, across the 300-foot buffer to where our buildings are in excess of 450 feet. A 450-foot buffer with only 100 foot of preserved vegetation and a 12-foot tall berm reduces decibels from 90 decibels down to approximately 58. And so, what this does, we're actually 200 feet of preserved buffer, and so we're further reducing it than what this document provides. Going on to some of the additional, the light pollution and what everything's doing in regards to, the high vegetation we have, and the fact that, the residential developments already have street lights, already have, floodlights, already have other lighting, that the light pollution from our development will be less than what they've already provided. In regards to the traffic, we indicated there's a reduction from the 4.5 million square foot of warehouse to 2,500 approximately residential units of from 1406 for the residential development to 284 for AM peak hourly exit. AM peak hourly exit reduction from 1406 to 284. PM peak hourly in is a reduction from 1591 to 360. So basically what we're indicating is the primary traffic pattern and what our proposed development is opposite. In those regards, we went over some of the items as how Effingham Parkway has got to where it is, Old Augusta Parkway has got to where it is, where phase 1 was started in 2008, up to that road being adopted as a designated truck route here in February of 2020. And then we went over the conditions that we would like to propose be put on our zoning petition. What those include are a reduction to eliminate all heavy industrial uses in your zoning ordinance, excluding warehousing. So what the zoning would include will be the light industrial permitted uses that are listed in your ordinance and warehousing. The items that we are striking are heavy manufacturing, which includes aerospace, automobile, paper, asphalt, boats, grain mills, wood chips, energy plants, rail yards, switch yards, metal plating, metal smelting, and recycling centers. Those are heavy industrial, heavy manufacturing, high smokestacks, all that stuff. We're agreeing to eliminate from our application and only utilize light industrial and warehousing.
All right, thank you. That's great for summary. And what we can do is try to make a copy of this document for those who weren't here during that presentation. If you'd like to have it, that's up to you. But we're sorry that some of you were over there and did not be able to hear that and didn't hear the others who may have spoke for me. We'll open back up and continue with those speaking in opposition. I'll go ahead and let you speak if you like.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Good. My name is Anissa Grantham. I live on Chimney Road. I'm also a business owner here in Effingham County. One thing that has briefly been brought up is property tax or property values. My husband and I live on Chimney Road. We purchased in 2016. And had I known that this was going to be something that was going to be proposed 4 years later, I promise you I would not have purchased my property. And since this has been brought up within the last 6 weeks, have seriously considered selling everything, including my business. Our estimated property values look at between 10 to 20%. Those of us on Chimney Road will take the greatest hit, understanding that that's the investment that we have made. That was my forever home. That, again, moved my family into Effingham County 18 years ago. I would like to remind the chairman that I believe he was the city manager when Rinkin was voted the best little small town in Georgia, Effingham County, Georgia. And it's really important also, I think, one more thing to mention. I did speak with our District 5 school board member who informed me that the school board actually put a bid in on the property to purchase land earlier this year, and because they were not purchasing the 740 acres, it was not looked into any further. So there really has been interest, and I would just like again to say that I'm not opposed to development. I just don't want, 450 feet away from my home where I choose to put my floodlights and my front porch lights. I don't want to have a warehouse across the street from my home. Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, one quick question. You said you believe your property values would drop 10 to 20%. Is there some basis for which you're...
That's what was estimated with, an industrial park in a residential area.
Okay, are you referring to the study by Georgia State that was given to us by the Silverwood?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Now, I'm going to make a quick summary, and then I'm going to ask, hang on one second, please. These are some things that we've noted from our staff, and I'm taking some notes as well, that the concerns are property values. And of course, I know there's a lot of detail. I've got notes that I've been taking with this. I'm not going to repeat all the detail behind what affects property values this time. But obviously, property values, truck traffic on Chimney Road, that it may or may not stop. Right now, we have a truck ride, and it's a violation of our local ordinance that was just established about, 6 to 8 weeks ago. And we're still trying to train our truckers, but we do have an ordinance now that we can actually cite them when they get on one of our roads. It's not rated. So we are confident we can stop that. But truck traffic, not just on Chimney Road, but truck traffic in general, as it increases on Old Augusta, trying to turn into 21 and so forth. Truck traffic coming through 21, obviously, so truck traffic. Safety, trucks and cars, increased movement of vehicles, particularly trucks that may create safety issues for our children, and for our buses and so forth. We noted that. Noise pollution is one we've heard repeatedly tonight again. The sound of trucks and the working over there in the warehousing industry. Visual, line of sight, being able to see the building would be unsightly, could cause issues with property values, we believe, or we hear you say you believe it, cause problems there. But lighting, all this pollution of visual and light and noise, that's a concern you're raising. On the other side, I think there was concern by the pros people of, I'm not getting that because I want to try to come up with the list of what I hear from the opposition tonight. Let's see, stormwater was listed as an issue, what would happen to the water, how would it impact our water and so forth. Litter on the roads was an issue tonight as this increases. And I've noted several other things, make sure I've got them here. Comp plan concerned this does not meet the comp plan as has been provided by the commission, and other agencies have worked with us on that. The height of the building is a concern as well. I think that's the summary. And what I'm going to ask you tonight, if you have something in addition to these things that we've listed, and they may have others, I would like to give an opportunity to speak. But if it's these items, I'm going to ask you, I'm probably going to cut you off because we don't want to be here till 12 o'clock. we're here to gather your concerns, we can address those. And if we have them, then we can process those as a commission and discuss those. But before we close this public hearing, we'll make sure we have all the concerns. So tonight, if you have something in addition to what's been expressed, I'm going to ask you to speak. If you don't, please don't repeat what's been said, okay? So anyone have anything in addition to the things that we've listed?
My name is Danny Freeman. I live at 109 Mill Court, Mill Creek subdivision. I live on the backside of the stretch where the woods come across. I have several concerns. One of them is the pollution from the trucks. Not all these trucks are maintained. Some of them have heavy diesel that comes out of the exhaust. The other one is the experience level of the truck drivers. I work for Gulfstream, and we drive Old Augusta going to work. And if Old Augusta is going to be the exit route at 4 in the morning when I'm going to work, I don't know if you guys know, you might, Old Augusta is like the route almost every Gulfstream personnel uses, 4, 5 to 6 a.m.
That's a traffic concern, and I've got that.
Well, I'm getting to a point though, is
to these trucks, you're concerned they might have.
It's a safety issue on that, because I have been ran off the road several times in the morning.
Yes, sir. I can cut you off, but we've got that noted, the safety concerns of the traffic.
The other concern is the wildlife in that general area.
Okay.
It's a huge issue because there's a lot of wildlife in that general area. And the other concern is I'm worried about the general concern of, I moved there 11 years ago, and that was like our area. We moved here from Savannah. When I moved from Savannah, I lived in King George when Savannah decided to extend the route of the bus transportation. When they did that, they brought in all the riffraff. I sold my house in Savannah, and Sugar Mill left King George.
So I need to know what your concern is about the wildlife.
The wildlife is, you're going to be building everything and you're going to clear all the woods out. Where's the wildlife going to run?
Okay, I hear your concern.
So, I mean, that's my concern. I mean, I've raised 3 kids now.
Okay.
And, you know, you're going to be clearing woods out to make a profit to build. I mean, that's my general concern. I'm more concerned about the nature of the wildlife and pollution over the money.
Something's going to be built there, whether it's residential, commercial, or industrial, and that's going to impact the wildlife. So, you know, that's going to be what it is on the wildlife. I appreciate wildlife, but something's going to grow there. It's not going to be.
I understand. Well, wildlife can grow for now.
Okay.
That's my concern. Thank you.
I need something new if you're going to speak tonight to this.
Mr. Corbett, I want to follow up the gentleman. My name is Mitch Berger. I live in Silverwood. There is a document out there that supports the gentleman's position on pollution. There's a study out in the Los Angeles area and other heavy warehouse areas, which obviously we're looking at with the across from the school, this potential warehouse area and other warehouse areas. It talks about the concentration and proximity of diesel trucks and warehousing facilities that service them, threatens the health of people living and working near busy roads and logistical facilities. The trucks that carry freight to be warehoused and the trucks idling engines, which some of the residences in Ridgecrest say the idling engines obviously add sound pollution. What I'm talking about is particulate pollution. Near the warehouses, they pollute by emitting small toxic particles called particulate matter into the air. These particles are varying size and toxicity, from dust and soot, 10 microns or less in size, that can irritate the throat and lungs. These particles can cause emissions. These particulate emissions from diesel vehicles and equipment contribute to health problems that include cardiovascular problems, cancer, asthma, decreased lung function capacity, reproductive health problems, and premature death.
Mr. Berger, is it possible we can get a copy of that study?
Yes.
Yeah, would you cite that reference, Mr. Berger?
Yeah. You just give us a reference, we can look at it.
She texted it to me. It is called Storing Harm, the Health and Community Impacts of Goods, Movement, Warehousing, and Logistics. And one of the warehouses here in Savannah is mentioned in it, Pier 1, I guess.
The help of, can you finish it?
Health and Community Impacts, sorry Roger, the Health and Community Impacts of Goods, Movement, Warehousing, and Logistics.
Can I give you my county number? You can text that to me so we can keep it.
Yeah.
912. You can all have it. You can call me anytime. I'm opening a can of worms.
How about I get it after? I'm not that.
Afterwards, I have a copy of that stuff. So if you text that to me, we'll get it.
Okay. Thank you.
Very good. All right. So we add to that list. We'll give this back to you. Okay. The pollution related to the trucks, the contaminants the trucks put out.
Health concerns.
So,
The health concerns related to the pollution.
So is there any other additional concerns? It has to be additional. You need to come to the microphone, ma'am, because that's all. Come to the microphone because it's all recorded. If you don't come there, people just hear something in the background.
It's not additional, it's just something you left off was the crime with the extra people coming from other communities, and also...
No, I've got those on, that's on speaking for it. I was trying to make sure the ones that were opposed to it, I had...
The summary you gave, you said, are these all the concerns, and if so, don't speak about it?
Well, I spoke of the, we're listening to the opposition now.
Right.
And the opposition had crime concern?
Yes.
Yeah, I did include that on the list.
Did you did? Okay, did you also...
I thought that was more, because I know the other side had concern of crime because of more residents, you have...
Right, right. Did you also include that once it's rezoned, even though their application might take some things off, once it's rezoned,
yes,
any future
I've noted that
can
on
make
mine.
it anything they want?
Well.
Okay, I just didn't hear that on there. Just wanted to
Thank you
make
so
sure.
much, ma'am. Is it legally binding, the decision we make? Will it be, will you have the legal assurance that you want? I think the president of the organization was encouraged to slow down to make sure we had that answer as well. All right, I'm looking for something new because we have to have all the concerns we can consider. Something new?
Hi, Renee Bontorf. I think I'm more kind of interested in finding out something as far as the development. I understand from what I heard earlier that the development is going to come. But my concern is, and I live off of Goshen Road, so I'm not directly impacted as far as on Chimney and Old Augusta, but with this kind of development, what I'm curious about is, does the county really benefit much from these kind of businesses? Because from what I see, they get so many different tax breaks and incentives for building these kind of businesses that I'm really wondering, how does the county benefit from them? You know, I do agree with a lot of what was said as far as how this is going to impact, because even though they keep talking about how it's not going to impact the people on Old Augusta and Chimney, all this is going to directly bleed out eventually onto 21. And the majority of us, I believe here, have to work in Savannah because even the kind of jobs that this is supposedly going to bring is not the kind of jobs that we have to have in order to survive. And we end up having to go to Savannah. And so we're still going to be impacted with all that traffic. You know, they were talking about
the traffic. We were looking, your concern is about, does it pay its share of the cost?
Right.
Does it provide anything? The concern is it will not provide additional revenues to deflate the cost of services to our
right. Is it really benefiting our county to have all of these types of businesses? I'm still blown away by the fact that...
We got your question. Somebody may want to answer that for you tonight.
Okay. Because I'm blown away about the one that that was built across from Blandford, a school, and having to go down McCall, which is all residential. These are accidents waiting to happen. And I just really wonder, does our county benefit from this? Thank you.
That was something new, that was good.
I'm sorry, but I was on the overflow, so I didn't have the opportunity to hear what they were saying at the very beginning.
So you have something addition?
Yeah, it is an addition, because I just heard him saying that Chimney Road was not going to be affected, but like I said before, Chimney Road has been surveyed. What is the purpose of surveying Chimney Road if you're not going to use it? Why are you surveying?
It's surveyed for a lot of reasons, but you're concerned. I can't answer that question for you now because I don't know why it was surveyed. If we surveyed for water lines, sewer lines, right-of-ways, all kind of things.
Yeah.
But your concern is still around traffic. So we've got that concern.
Well, my concern is that they're thinking about widening that road. Maybe not for the trucks, but maybe for the employees.
That road will eventually have to be widened to make XL, decel lanes to make it more helpful for that area, probably. Depends on if you're commercial, it's going to have to be a lot wider for decel, XL lanes and so forth, much like 4 Howard is. So it depends on what goes there. But the county right now is not surveying that road, to my knowledge. Any expansion.
So it was them.
And we know they don't do the road. We do the roads. They can't do the roads. They're our roads. So there's no plans on that road right now to expand that.
So who paid for the survey?
We did. That was our survey.
Okay.
Yeah, but it might be for their property to get the setbacks and all. There's a lot of reasons you do it, not for paving the road or widening. Okay?
Okay. The other thing is, I heard them saying all this list of concessions. Is the list of concessions from the developer point, they're doing all these concessions so they can sell the property once it's a warehouse? Is that binding to the owners of the warehouses? What if the owners decide to sell it to somebody else? Are they binded to all these concessions, or they said, oh, this is an industrial zone?
That question's already been raised. The question is this a legal binding zone if they put conditions on it? Is it going to be binding to separate owners if they were not the owners? And so we have that concern. We're going to answer that as well.
Okay, and the last point is, and this is more for you guys, a lot of us, when we decide to buy a house, we move to Effingham, to Rincon, because it was good schools, a good place to raise, yeah. But the thing is this something that the county wants to move? You know, they're thinking about, okay, we don't want communities because it's not rentable anymore, it's not profitable. Are we gonna move to another garden city? Because that will help us and that will help everybody, so we don't move to places like this in the future.
Okay, well, let me just make a quick comment that when you're working on the county commission, you're working the economy of this county, there's a balance that you're trying to work with. And several commissioners, I think one responded to this earlier, there's a residential services, residential properties create the service, most of the service costs that we have to have. That's a fact. And that's documented international, that's what happens. Residents, how you keep the taxes down, for example, schools, about $9,000 per student to educate the student in our county. $3,000 of that comes from local monies. The way that doesn't, so if you have two kids, that's $6,000 that we need. I doubt very many people who own a house in my area or Silverwood or any subdivision pay $6,000 in taxes. The way those property taxes go down is through commercial and industrial. Those taxes that we collect from those areas, and then sales tax and other revenues that we can generate from the business. So it's a combination of trying to find the right combination of commercial and industrial and residential to make a very balanced economy and keep the community we want to keep. So we are not trying to change the character of this community. We're trying to keep this community very healthy.
Okay.
And that's the best I can do with that answer right now.
Valid point, but just remember what happened in Garden City. Look at the schools over there. We don't want those schools to be in Effingham County.
Yep. You're concerned about the character of our county. We are too. Okay?
Helen Reynolds. I live in Ridgecrest, and I won't be long. I agree with most of what folks have said. The one new thing that I'd like to be considered is The fact that we live right now in a neighborhood that's full of, we have 57 homes in Ridgecrest, and probably 55 of them are homeowners. And so I'm really concerned that the property values are going to go down. We're not going to be able to sell, and they will turn into rental properties. My parents live in the same neighborhood I grew up in Westwood Heights, and Westwood Heights was a very nice neighborhood. And
you're concerned about property value.
And I'm concerned about that when the renters come in, that not only is it going to affect property value, renters don't care for the homes like homeowners do. And so then we have renters coming in, so now you have crime, you have beautification issues, you have decreased property value. So all of those into one. That's my concern.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, sir. As my friend and neighbor stated, I was not here when they were talking about older engineering and studies.
You have something additional you want to add?
Yes, sir. My question is, you're talking about what is the best for the people of Effingham, right? So as you can see, the people of Effingham that cares about all this change, they came here because they care. What are we talking about? 90%, 85% of the people say that we don't agree, right? We don't want it here. The other 10, 15%, the people that say that they agree, that they care here and they agree.
So this is not something new. This is a concern that we recognize that a large contingent does not want it tonight.
Oh, well, my concern is we have all this technology, right in our hands. Why you just don't go and make a survey? Right? You're talking about there's thousands of people living on that are going to be impacted, right? Why you don't go and create a survey and go and ask the people and the people is going to tell the same people that's saying here, right? That we don't want that development. So that's the best for the people because the people is telling you this is the best for us, right?
We're aware that there are contingent, we're aware there are folks tonight who do not want this, and you're one of them. And we're aware of some folks who do want it. But beyond that, that's nothing new. So I'm asking us if we can keep moving this down the road. We hear your concern, we are taking consideration, but we got to keep this thing moving, okay? There's something new tonight that we need to bring up. Your concern we need to hear.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners.
Yes.
For the record, my name is Scott Kay. I live at 471 Chimney Road and part of the Silverwood development. I appreciate the time that the board has given to the residents to try and do some pre-planning and work this out. We greatly appreciate your time in that. I appreciate the time the developer's taken to meet with us, and I truly believe the developer's very genuine in what he's proposing to do. I guess I want to start by saying, first of all, I'm vehemently against changing this to an industrial zoning. I mean, it just isn't practical in any sense of zoning or planning. And anybody with experience, and I think in your heart, you probably know that. Setting that aside now, I have to look at it from the standpoint of if it goes through, and I don't want to repeat myself. You understand some of our concerns, and I've heard them addressed as far as being legally binding as part of this agreement. I know the planner or the developer has made some stipulations here, but I just question how we're going to go about that. Is that if you decide to move this forward, is the intent to base the conditions on the commissioner's board meeting here as far as part of the zoning change, or would the condition be based better to put this as a use by special approval as we've kind of talked? I have a document I would like to submit. Is it possible to go on record for the commissioners here?
You can share it.
So as you start to really read and look into our zoning, and we talk about this, initially this comes up as a light zoning term as we start talking about it. But which is interesting is when we get into the I-1 and zoning, and we start to get into the chart that's on page 3 that talks about I-1 zoning ordinances. What's interesting is by default to have a industrial parcel border a residential zoning district, it automatically requires the use of a buffer, and the use of the buffer changes the property to a heavy industrial use. So by default, in the fact that this zoning change here request is taking place against residential zoning districts. Whoever would develop that would have to put the 300-foot buffer in by nature. But I don't know if the county really understands or what that really does here. It's kind of a loop that occurs with that. And then the question has come up earlier as far as the buffer and how much of the site has to be buffered. How does that really apply to how much of the site then can pull in the heavy industrial zoning to allow the current use under the buffer for the warehousing? So if we had a 1,000-acre parcel and a 30-foot quadrant of that parcel bordered residential, would that give that 1,000-acre parcel the ability to then be all heavy industrial and only to have to do a 300-foot buffer on the 30-feet strip that it abutted? It doesn't affect what we're doing here, but it just brings a lot of question up for the intent of the ordinance and where that goes. So I have two concerns. I have the first concern of being able to impose conditions that are favorable to the community if the board decides that we do want to put the warehouse use in this industry. And the second concern would be for long-term of bringing the warehouse use into the community, and once it is slated under a heavy zoning use by right now because of the 300-foot buffer, technically the way that the ordinance is written now, any other use, so 10 years down the road, warehousing sags, a manufacturer wants to come in and put a manufacturing or use a manufacturing operation in the building, technically he's a use that is approved by right because the buffer's in place. Now I understand that the applicant wants to exclude certain things out of the ordinance, and I'm glad to see him wanting to do that, but I question the legal ability for that, and this really becoming contract zoning, because typically you have the zoning on the right, you have the board on the left. The zoning is the zoning. The board doesn't make the zoning by its decisions of approving or the basic denial of the zoning application. What I have down here is a possible solution that might be simple and somewhat timely to do if the board goes forward. And even if it doesn't go forward on this, it might be something that the board considers in this particular zoning district. But what if a simple amendment was made to the zoning that said any use by right in the light industrial and or heavy industrial uses in the I-1 zoning ordinance become a conditional use approval when the parcels are directly adjacent to the residential zoning districts. So a simple sentence like that then would not only protect the residents now and give a latitude of what we can obtain through this, but it also, if the property sells 10, 20, 30 years later, or anybody else built, everything has to come back as a special use to this board, to the Planning Commission, and back to a public hearing, which in my mind would be the way to do it. The other thing about, in my mind, of having planning experience and try to impose conditions on a development at the zoning change, we're working with very preliminary site plans right now. The applicant is, once he gets the zoning approval, if he's successful, will go into a full site plan development phase. Excuse me, I lost my track of thought there. But once we see what's on those drawings, we might have different things. So to sit here today and say we have a general list of confusions for light pollution, noise pollution, air pollution, safety, and we all understand that, we agree to that. But depending upon what we're looking at the final buildings, then what we may want as special conditions would change. So we have, and a lot of the residents might not be aware of this, and I've repeated this at the last meeting, all of our commercial zoning districts have a conditional use category except for the I-2 zoning, which is the most hazardous zoning, and almost it's suspect of why we wouldn't have that there. So I understand that the buffer takes the place of that, but our definition, according to our ordinance use of the conditional use right, is those uses allowed within a district only after specific requirements are met. The commissioners, at their discretion, may require additional restraints, restrictions, qualifications, or limiting factors upon specific use so that it becomes acceptable. A public hearing shall be required with regard to all proposed conditional uses. So if we could get a simple a sentence or amendment to the zoning ordinance that just said if I-2 goes anywhere that it butts residential, that all uses become a condition. The chances of that happening are minimal because this isn't an ideal situation that you would set to put against a residential use.
We want to look at maybe breaking out some things in the I zone to make it a little clearer. But our present zoning has some legal strength and protections. For example, I'm not sure that tonight, and the board's going to discuss this when we close the hearing, I'm not sure that they can take the applicant's idea of restricting certain permitted uses in the heavy industrial.
Exactly, that's my
We recognize
concern.
that could be a legal problem issue, but we do believe our ordinance, because of the general provisions of our ordinance, this is what they state. And we do have this ability to do this legally, and it's binding. In deciding an application, I'm going to read to you from our ordinance, that would, you have your general provisions, and you have your R, your B, and your I. And general covers all those, and so that is an umbrella that impacts all these other provisions. So under the I, where it lists all these permitted uses, I'm not sure, I think as we said, that we can legally restrict a permitted use once we give it an industrial zoning. However, we can do this, and this is part of our zoning under general provision, which is the umbrella. In deciding any application, this is section 3A1 if you want to look it up in 2. In deciding an application for an amendment to the zoning classification of a parcel of property or to the zoning map, the Board of Commissioners may, on their own motion or upon the recommendation of the planning board. So we can do it on ourselves, or we can have the planning board can recommend it. Or we can do it ourselves tonight or next week or some other time. Or the zoning administrator, grantor, grant the application subject to certain conditions deemed necessary by the board to promote the health, safety, morality, welfare of the county. That's why I want to hear the concerns tonight, to see if there are conditions that we might could place to allow a property owner to do that, protect those things. And to the further purpose of this ordinance, such provisions shall be imposed for the benefit of the community to prevent or lessen any negative impact expected to result from the zoning reclassification or zoning map amendment. Conditions that may be adopted include, but are not limited to, so not limited to this, conditions as to buffers, preservations of existing vegetation, tree cover, we can require more tree cover, not just natural vegetation, density, minimum lot size, if it's residential or commercial, setback restrictions, and property use restrictions. So we have the ability to put property use restrictions. So let me just give you an example.
No, that's good to hear.
I hear your concern that, well, it's a manufacturer can come in here, but not if this board so choose to put a condition that said, all right, in this zoning, we want to limit it to warehousing, to be sure that you're limited and future users are limited, then we're going to put a condition that there cannot be any environmental EPD approvals for environmental emissions, distributions, discharges, smokestacks, so that we're not restricting contract zoning of permitted use, but we're putting a condition that we believe is not beneficial to our community, that will change the character or the value of the property. Does that make sense? So we can put conditions, and that's legally defined in our current ordinance. And so that's why I want you all to be concerned. Not saying the board's going to approve it, not saying they're going to approve certain conditions, but we believe there is that ability in bringing this together to look at conditions that we can legally put so that, and those will be recorded with the zoning. So if it sells, they have the same conditions on them. They can no longer come in here and manufacture anything. It has to be for the warehousing and distribution, assemblage and those kind of things. They're not, it's violating, not so egregious to our community. I may use that word. Now, I'm not speaking for the board. I'm just trying to clarify the zoning ordinance and what our ability is legally to put conditions. Not restrict uses. I agree that may be contract zoning, but we can put conditions.
Okay, that's good to see that that's in there. I just ask that the board not make a knee-jerk decision on that, because on a couple fronts on that, again, not knowing the full intent until we have a full site plan, typically there's a mechanism for working that out, and usually the special conditions are something that would be approved with the zoning by this body and then initiated by the planning commission process as it goes through. So again, my concern is trying to get all this together now to get him an approval or them an approval when it really should be a second phase. Right now, just focus on the approval and get the zoning ordinance correct, or what's going to protect us. My second concern on that then is we all have seen things, you know, we all can have zoning ordinances and laws and things get challenged and they're overturned later, or they're in such a big development. My concern would be that if it's in the ordinance and we're saying it's legal, and it might technically be, but is it legal by the way that we see it governed in most states of how it's done by the use of special approval? And if that ordinance, if that mechanism exists, is the better way to go that route? I'm just asking the commission to look at this and as far as the best way
I
to.
think the commission, making their decision, will have to consider that.
Right.
So
Because I'm saying if you feel truly that this development is the best for the community and you want it to go forward, then I feel that you have an obligation to provide the best level of protection for the community, not just provide some level of protection for the community.
I agree. Right, yes, we can.
Excuse me. The other thing that I would just like to say is if this is tabled for further modifications or discussion, I would like the motion, if we could include some type of neighborhood advisory, something that would be practical, maybe small, like a 4-person team or a 5-person max, somebody that would have the ability to work with staff meetings during the day and not be burdened by work that could, so that it could move along in a progressive fashion if that's the choice. But then we would have some people that could really bring some input and then share with the community and maybe feel like they're, getting the best way to build it. What's best for the community here.
Thank you, Mr. Kay, appreciate it.
What else did I have? So I just hope that after everything we've heard tonight, understanding that we're 100% against the master plan, understanding that the appointed zoning board denied this unanimously, and the fact that this really isn't a desired or typical zoning situation in any scenario for zoning, that you would really consider that as you view this as a whole. And if we go the other direction, please help us to build this right for the community and other neighborhoods coming down the road that might face that. Thank you.
Okay. We need to bring this to a close, but I don't want to eliminate another issue that we need to make sure we have in our thing. Please make it something new in addition, okay? Our mind can just receive so much information, so it's got to be new to get our attention.
Thank you very much. Roger Simmons, resident Ridgecrest, and I work in a distribution center warehouse area. So I wanted to bring facts to the panel. One of the facts that hasn't been mentioned is that how do you police and enforce loitering trucks? I watch trucks sit and park, numerous trucks waiting to get into the warehouse distribution center on the highway next to it. That is a problem that occurs at every warehouse if the timing's not correct, so you need to police that.
And we're working on that in
Right.
the industrial park now, so that's still a similar issue with the trucks parking, driving, safety, all
Yeah, I
that.
have pictures and facts of trucks that are now parking along Old Augusta Road.
And we know that we're working on that as well.
Thank you. Thank you for time letting me come up and voice my opinion. I think that I'll now summarize and say that the residents are who you are impacting with this decision. It is your decision to approve or disapprove of the zoning. We oppose it for a majority of the Ridgecrest. We would like to say that the time is now for you to stop the warehouse creep. And if you feel that it's necessary to allow it to get this close to our residential area, that is your decision. And we appreciate all that you do to help protect and preserve the security and the safety of the residents. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay. We need to bring this to a close.
Just one quick thing, one quick thing. I've lived as a property owner there, 5 acres, since 1981.
What's your name?
Betty Milton.
Betty Milton, yeah.
I live on that dangerous curve on Chimney Road. I have called our law enforcers and allowed them to sit in my driveway, but my main concern is the wetlands that are directly across from me. I have a pond that is filled by natural springs. How would that affect my property?
We've got that noted, that was already lifted up. The wetlands, the water runoff and everything, that is controlled by the state of Georgia, and they have to go through all the permitting process. It's quite extensive, and it will ensure that either the wetlands are not damaged or either mitigated or the water flows no faster than when they built the permeable surfaces. They have to put retention and so forth. So that it's fully covered in the permitting process.
You're talking about speed? I've been hit 3 times turning in my driveway.
How was that?
The speed on Chimney Road,
Well, that's not an issue for tonight, that's an issue for our sheriff to.
I call them all the time, and they're more than welcome, and I tell them they're more than welcome to sit in my
We
driveway.
have that all.
But when the roundabout was being built there,
I got you.
trucks are all up and down my road 24/7.
On Chimney Road?
On Chimney Road, semis.
We just recently established a truck route. So
Can I call the,
I know, but listen, we're repeating ourselves. We've established a truck route. We've got to train these truckers to use the truck routes. And pretty soon we're going to have citations. We have a way to cite them now that we didn't have before. We used to have to use scales. We don't have scales. It's very difficult to do that.
but can a citizen call the sheriff's department or GPS and say, hey, this is happening? I can give them a tag number, a description, or take a picture of a vehicle or the truck?
I don't know what the sheriff can do.
I have an autistic
Man,
child.
take a picture and send it to the sheriff. He can use that.
I have an autistic child. The sound of cars and loud motorcycles that's on my road now drive him insane.
And I apologize for that, but that's not what the hearing's about. That's already a violation of the law, and we need to see that enforced, and I'm with you on that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good evening, and thanks for your time.
Thank you, appreciate it. Okay. I think we've heard the concerns of the constituents tonight, both for and against, and I appreciate your input tonight. I do want to make one, because I was given a study, that's why I asked for this other study. I do want to make one brief comment about the study that was given to us from Georgia State. I actually read that study and researched it, and that study, can we fill it up real quick? I'm going to highlight some things from it. Please don't be mad at me when I show you this, but that study does not say what we were told it says, okay? Let me show you what it is. First of all, and this first slide is going to pull up, I just did a little PowerPoint by taking pictures of it. This is a study, because one of the things that came to us was the property values would decrease if we allow any kind of commercial industrial, commercial retail, or commercial office. And there was a study done by Georgia State, and it did it on the metropolitan area of Atlanta. So I want you to hear that first of all. This states the metropolitan area of Atlanta. Metropolitan area, they didn't look at other suburban areas like ours or Chatham, anywhere else. Everyone here knows that metropolitan area, people there, because of no one's wanting to build a new house or buy a house. It was going down in value. And in this study, so notice, first slide is metropolitan Atlanta. They found in this area that all the property was already going down in value. And in this study, they want to let people know, if you read this study, all the commercial and industrial that was building in that area, the residential values were already going down. And this study was within half a mile, 3/4 of a mile, or a mile and a half. So all the property values are already going down. So they let you know that in this study. Go to the next slide. Also, this study was between 2006 and 2014. Just to make you aware of it, you have to look at the facts in the study. And I'm having shown the board this. That's just my research. I want to make sure, I'm listening to you. I'm going to read the studies and the facts. But between 2006 and 2014, between 2008 and 2013, we had a crash in our market. And they have a slide on that. They showed that. They said that impacted their study. You see from 2008 to 2013, almost 14, there was a dip in the market, and so that study was during that time, so it was already in decline because in metropolitan area, that's what happens in metropolitan areas. You see that even in parts of metropolitan Savannah where you have blights in the community. What this study found is that when industrial or commercial, they call commercial industrial, office, or retail, when these moved into the areas, the property values of the residents in that community actually did better than they expected. And that's in this study. Go to the next slide. Notably, much of the commercial development activity occurred between pre-2008, so they're just relating back what I told you about during the declining market. Go to the next slide. Home prices inside the radius are initially relatively lower, and they said that, they all said this in the study, usually that's during the rezoning because people get really frustrated with the rezoning and it hurts property values. But listen to what it says. However, prices inside the radius are initially relatively lower, even more so than before. But because remember it's declining, so we're now a little bit more than before. But set on a path that is steadily increasing relative to comparables in the surrounding areas. So those areas outside that 0.575 and 1.5 miles, it takes only a couple of years for the initial reduction to be more than offset. And in 5 years after that, home prices inside that radius even surpass those surrounding the areas on the outside. I'm not saying that it does or does not. I'm just saying this study did not support that. What's the next slide? This is an example of what happened with the retail. The dotted line is what they expected for the property values prior to the construction. And then with the construction being completed of commercial retail, the homeowner prices actually increased in the residential areas. Do the next one. And then with regard to industrial.
I'll get another study for you.
Okay, that's fine. I'm just saying, excuse me, let me finish. I'm just retaining this study. And then the estimated impact on commercial development, industrial, the dotted line was what they expected it to be. With the industrial, the property values, residential values were better.
Sir, with all due respect, this is irrelevant. This is a plant that's completely different. Orange and apples.
Please don't interrupt. I didn't interrupt you.
That's what I was just going to say. My name's Lynn Kate, and I live on Chimney Road. Sir, please.
I'm going to finish this, and then you can come back and respond to it if you like, okay?
I know, but your charts and what you're showing us, do you think if there was an industrial building 500 feet in front of your home, that your property value would not go down? You're trying to sell apples and oranges. You are. That's exactly what you're doing to us right now. That's exactly what you're doing to us.
I'm going to close this public hearing, and then the board will have their discussion.
You ought to be ashamed of yourself, really. 500 feet, 500 feet in front of my house, a 1 million square foot warehouse building. You don't think that impacts my health? You're ridiculous.
I'm going to close the public hearing, and we're going to have a discussion among the board. Okay? And so this is the board's time to ask questions. I do want to show one last slide to the board because they haven't seen this. Look at the last slide. There's no more comments from the public. This is the board's time. If you make comments now, you will be asked to leave. Okay? We'll be listening for over 2 hours. We're going to have our discussions at this point. I just want to make one point to the board. This is the study that was given to me for justifying the reduction of properties. And there may be a reduction, but we need to look at other studies and other research. So we would welcome that as well. So the last paragraph of the whole study said, perhaps most surprising is the lack of evidence for negative or significant impact of commercial real estate development. When they talk about commercial development real estate, they're talking about industrial, retail, and office. So perhaps the most surprising is the lack of evidence for negative and significant impacts of commercial real estate development on residential property values. Volumes of political arguments to the contrary are voiced at local planning debates across the nation. Yet this study does not provide substantive evidence of a negative interaction. Now, to the commission, I'm not telling you it's not going to lower the values or increase the values. I just want to make sure that the study that was given to myself and to Mr. Kiefer, that we look at the study and see what it actually says. And so that's why I want to look at the study that was brought tonight and encourage us to look at those studies and make informed decisions based on our research of those studies. But this study did not support because of the area and the things I've looked at, in my opinion. So with that, I need to turn to the board and just see if you have any questions for the board or any questions for anyone tonight or any discussions that you want to clarify before I make a recommendation of what our next step might be.
In my opinion, I think we can take into account a lot of things because there's a lot of information that was brought before us tonight. I was at the planning board as well. I knew this would be a big ticket item. And so I've been through this twice, but I do agree. I think we probably need to take some more time to look into these concerns. To Mr. Kay's point, you know, as we've already addressed, you know, some of these stipulations, can we make it legally binding? Can we do that? We need to figure that out. I don't know if we table it 2 weeks or 4 weeks. I don't know what the time limit is, but I think we do need to investigate some more in this. And Mr. Kay's point as far as making the 4 or 5 person special committee, I don't know, we've never been asked that before. I've been here 6 years, I've never seen anybody ask, that specific committee, so I don't know if we can or can't, but I think we definitely need to table it for some type of time period.
And that was actually going to be my recommendation. I just want to make sure I had a chance for you to ask questions of the applicants if you need. I think we did right. I just want to make sure we had a good list of the concerns that we could evaluate with the staff. I was going to recommend that if the board would make a motion to table this for at least the 2 weeks at this point to the next agenda item and ask our staff to take our notes, our clerk's notes, our manager's notes of these concerns and work with our staff to see if there are mitigating conditions that we could place under our ordinance legally that would be substantive if the board should decide to move forward with this zoning. That will give you the staff a couple weeks to take all the information they've heard, work with it. Then I was going to recommend we come back next meeting, and as much as you may not want to do this, I would like to have another public hearing. We don't usually have another public hearing, and that will give an opportunity to list the things that our staff has come up with and see if there's anything additional that we would need to consider. But you'd have an opportunity at the next meeting to approve it with conditions or deny it based on the information that you have studied and researched from the information and concerns our constituents have provided tonight.
I really don't think that's going to make any difference, but I'm willing to try it. I don't think those people don't go with any warehouses close to where they live, period. So.
But I think we need to look at the concerns and make sure.
I don't think they'll ever agree to anything for a warehouse. But I'm willing to try.
Yeah. Well, we need to look and see, I heard a lot of concerns. But the last two I thought was really good by Mr. Kay is that if it is approved and there are conditions, how legally binding can we make those? Does it fit our ordinance? And it would mitigate a lot of the concerns we've heard tonight. And we may not can. You may decide you can't mitigate those concerns that were raised tonight. And you may decide you want to oppose it. But I would recommend we table it for 2 weeks to give the staff a chance to look at it, come up with those mitigating conditions that we might propose, because they haven't recommended this. And they'll get a chance to look at that. And that'll give the public another chance to listen to the mitigating. We may come up with some additional things as well.
If you do another public hearing, would that come up with new business, or does that have to come up with old business?
Okay, old business.
You'll also need to bear in mind that the deadline for the next meeting is actually Thursday, so you just have a couple of days to put that information together.
Yeah, I would recommend that if we make a motion like to table that we do that and have a public hearing then. And it will not be a public hearing like tonight. It will be for strictly identifying these conditions and see if there's anything we left off. It'll be rehashed what we talked about.
The reason why I asked about the difference in new and old business, I just want to make sure, obviously old business is the very first part at 5 o'clock, so I just want to make sure that the public knows that
Yeah, we would need to
don't need to be here, don't need to be here right at 5 o'clock.
We have to advertise it for 5 o'clock.
That's right, but what I was saying, Mr. Chairman, is the staff has 2 days to put together the information that you're requesting for the meeting in 2 weeks. The deadline is on Thursday.
So they can't keep working on the conditions right up until the point.
No.
Okay.
We'll do at least 4 weeks.
And why, help me with that, I'm not sure why that is.
Because they have to put the information together in the packet. So basically now,
we don't publicize it till
the list you have now that we're going to look at, basically we've got 48 hours to come up with those answers and put them in the packet. So there's really no way we could, staff could, we could not.
I understand that, but we don't usually get the packets till Thursday before the meeting.
You don't, but there's a great deal of prep that you're probably not aware of that goes into it, so that's why there's that deadline. At the very latest, it would be the Monday, the following Monday. So close to.
Today's Tuesday, so next Monday, if they can work through those things. I'd like for them to try to do that. And that's what would be my recommendation, that the board can put how they would like, but I'd like to see if they can make these considerations.
The applicants want to speak. It's just about administrative comments, right? Not pertaining to...
Yes, correct. You know, we've just been through, I mean, not this particular, but going through a lot of these items to get tabled. We always want to hear direction in regards to what we can address between now and the next meeting so that we come back, we can be prepared and provide all the information. So in the event that that is the direction that the commission, you know, moves forward with, we would just like some direction provided to us so that we know what we can address between now
I think we
and
have a clear list of the comments and concerns and
I think the way that I think we might handle this is that we can look at the list of items, figure out what things could be addressed with conditions, and if that's properly posted, then the applicant will see it, and then they can respond at the next meeting. They would have to agree to the conditions for withdrawal prior to those conditions, according to our zoning ordinance, so that if we put conditions on it, they would have to be positively accepted by them, or they will give them an option to withdraw the application. So keep in mind that if we amend it to add conditions at the next meeting, it cannot go through second reading at the next meeting because we've changed it, and then it would have to go for another 2 weeks. So this would take at least 2 more meetings for approval. So it does give a second opportunity, not just at the next meeting, but the following meeting, to address any concerns brought up by the conditions that were proposed.
We need to see if you have any question for them. This is the commission, you have to ask for questions and stuff. You want to hear what you have something to share with
Oh, I mean,
want to make sure I don't just open the floodgate and everybody start talking.
I think we just look for clear direction. If we talk about process, I think that's fair. I mean, if we're not adding new input or to it, then that's fine if you have a question about process.
Let me try to repeat it, so make sure the direction is clear for what we would do. If we wait until the next Monday for the staff to put this together, and then we publicize it, so that everyone can see it, the applicants as well as those who are for and against, okay? Then you would have that time between then and the next Tuesday to address those things and be ready to address those at the next meeting, whether you would accept those conditions or not, okay? And that would give you that week, and then at that point, if the board made a motion to approve the first reading, we would not do a second reading if there was additional conditions that we needed to consider that you want to consider, that they want us to consider. We could do that at the next meeting.
But it's not approved until the second reading.
Correct.
So why could we not effectively have a vote tonight with a second reading to be at the meeting you're talking about, where the conditions would then be applied?
Because I think the board had just heard the information from all the constituents. We've got to process those and make sure that our staff has reviewed and give us the appropriate conditions. I mean, I hear the conditions that the applicants put on there, but we need to make sure that addresses those conditions and the additional things that we've heard tonight.
Can I speak to the issues for a second?
Sure.
I just want to let everybody know where I'm at, because quite a lot of concerns, written and rewritten, and sleepy and hungry, so I don't know how this is going to come out. A large amount of traffic, if this goes residential, in an already congested area, concerns me. The job creation, we need jobs in Effingham County, that concerns me in a big way. That's why we have a mass exodus every morning, because everybody works in Savannah. The Bedlam community is not all it's cracked up to be. We need some jobs here, so my kids have a place to work, and your kids have a place to work when they grow up. This might not be the exact type of job that we want, but it is additional jobs. There's some problems with it for me, though, also. It contradicts our current comprehensive plan. And our current comprehensive plan doesn't make a lot of sense for that to be AR1, but nonetheless, it contradicts It contradicts it. So I have a problem with that, and moving past that, and how to navigate past that. If it wasn't contested, then there would be no problem. We would just move past it. But right now, that's the way it's where it's at. And our homeowners are going to be affected either way. If this goes residential, it's going to be affected in a major way. If it goes industrial, it's going to be affected in a major way. And it's a lot of opinions on how that's going to look when that happens. It might be great to have a berm next to you and never have another neighbor and never not have any more traffic. Or it might be a berm. Nobody's going to know that. Nobody has a crystal ball. I wish I did. Crime can be affected both ways. It might be worse if it's an industrial place, or it might be worse if it's $100,000 houses in there. We don't know the answer to this question. So some of these things can go either way. So what I'd like to see is what the gentleman suggested earlier. We slow down. We'll think this thing through. Maybe you guys can come up with a plan for residential. Let them see what that looks like. What does that look like if they go to residential? It's hard to visualize that, but what does it look like if that happens? What does it look like if it's industrial and there's no traffic on already congested road? I've heard so many people talk about the traffic on Chimney. It's going to get terrible if it's residential. So, I think we slow down what we're talking about, and if this is the way to go, we look at buffers, we look at lighting, we look at hours of operation, we look at industrial covenants. Can we do something like that? You just can't keep running down the road so quickly, I think, in this case. It affects too many people. If it was for me tonight, I'd have to say no. So, I think we should, for me, and I'm not trying to influence any of the board, just have your own opinions. That's just where I'm at tonight.
Any other, I'm going to speak. Y'all want to make any comment? I appreciate what Commissioner Burdett said. Particularly, we need to know, we're looking at one zoning here, but to me, I'm approaching it. We're really looking at what this property is going to be, because it's not going to stay like it is. If anybody in this room thinks that, then we're just going to have to disagree. But I do agree. We got to take a little more time. I don't want to take a lot of time. I know these guys don't want us to take time. Y'all want to make a decision and move on, whatever it is. But we need a little bit of time. So I'm going to, with staff direction on how we can take a little more time prudently. And get it back before the board, and we'll make a decision as a community and move on, whichever way it goes.
Can I make one quick procedural comment?
Well, this is time for the board to discuss. I appreciate you. Sorry.
You let him talk.
Is there a point of clarification you need?
Yes.
What's the point of clarification?
Just clarification that you had made to Mr. Deloche when you were commenting that.
Come to the microphone, please.
Excuse me, a point of clarification you were making to Mr. Deloche when you said the board really has two choices, one to vote for conditions and one vote to deny. I don't know that you really heard what I said, or if you read that document, because the third choice is the conditional use, which takes all the time to put the conditions together that they need to sign now, pushes it to planning. It's the right way to do it. That mechanism exists, so I don't understand. The board members need to know there's another option to this.
Staff can look at that, but I don't know that really is an option. I don't see a conditional use under the heavy industrial.
Well, why wouldn't you? It protects, it's there for the, but when it abuts residential zoning district only, that's why I said the caveat would be, that would make that very rare that would happen.
Push it back to the staff as point of clarification, they can come back with that option.
I just wanted the board members to know there is another option there. Thank you.
Could be. I'm not convinced, but the staff can direct us on that. So I'm going to recommend maybe that at this point, and if there's no motion, that means you don't want to do it, we'll look for another motion. I'm going to look for a motion to table this until the next meeting, if you'll give me that date. September 1st, and that we direct our staff to take all our notes on these concerns and define what, with their recommendation, are there additional mitigations based on concerns that we should consider or not. we'll come back and do a public hearing again September 1st, and review those conditions that we can place on the court bill.
Does the rest of the board feel like we can achieve that?
I'll be honest with you, I don't think we can achieve it, to be honest. That's just my opinion. I really think we're next meeting that is forcing it. I mean, I would personally really like to see the second meeting in September. I think that's a more realistic approach because the information we're going to be looking at, even by Monday, I mean, that's a nice thought, but I really don't think it's realistic.
Okay, well, I'll entertain a motion to table this to the second meeting in September, the 15th. And let's put it in the hands of our staff with our notes and our discussions and concerns we've heard from our constituents on both sides to provide us, based on their recommendation now to approve it, what are the mitigations that they would, if any, add conditions to this approval.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Deloach, do you have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Kiefer. And this is, what's the date?
The 15th, September 15th.
9/15/2020. Okay. All right. Are there any final comments or discussions from the board of clarity?
Chairman, would that be the old minutes or new minutes?
Oh,
Right, who would say it?
The old business.
Old business, old business. This will be heard at 5 o'clock. Well, close to 5 o'clock. Meeting starts at 5. All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. And we are tabling this to September 15th, and then the commission, our staff, will come up with their recommendation to approve. What are the additional mitigations or conditions that we place on this one, beginning to allow the board to approve it? What are the